Just stay there and I'll, let's see. That's your, yeah, you want to take the hat off. So there's Eva back there. Okay, everybody, we're trying to get things kind of working smooth here. And got a guest today. And here's Jim.
Hello, everybody.
And let's see if I can.
We should be able to get both of us.
Hey, Jim, yeah, why don't you come over this way? I got to see the screen.
You should be able to get in there.
Yeah, and I can get over here. And I can just kind of duck out when I'm looking at the stuff, and that won't be a problem. Chris is saying, hello, Jim.
Hey, Chris.
So I say, well,
hi, everybody.
There's Eva.
There's Eva back on the bed there. My woman lounging around again. Oh.
Absolutely. That is my job.
Hello, Terry. And Chris says hi, Eva.
Hi, Chris.
See, and then what I'll be doing, Jim, is while you're doing your talk, I'll be watching. And if I see something that's a good question, I will generally just like hold my hand up.
That's fine.
And then when you've got a good spot, you say, okay, and then I'll
answer.
Jump in. That way I'm not, interjecting at a wrong time, etc. Hey, Terry, how's it going? We got a Terry Curry and a Terry Marshall here. So we got Terry's up the wazoo at the moment. Hello, Vendetta. And we're just going to let kind of everyone come online here for the next few minutes till the 6 o'clock start time. And then we're going to, have Jim start his presentation. Now, Jim is a professional placer miner up here in Montana. He's also done some hard rock prospecting and is currently working on a hard rock project that COVID has kind of messed up everything. So he's on a hold on that one there. And so he's going to, today it's mainly on exploration.
I think so. I think we'll start from a standpoint of you want to go out and we all want to go out and find some gold or, we want to find something. So we'll start with kind of a planning process that you can be doing this time of year, rainy season, the winter season. And we'll lead into, and some of this will pertain just as much to Keith's hard rock, prospecting as it does to finding that gold placer that's really going to be something that you're looking for.
Terry Curry says, nicer people have great names. So anyhow, that's kind of the plan there. I'll go ahead and give a little update of what's going on with Eva and me while we're just waiting here. And first of all, we're still fine. The weather's been unusually mild in general. And today it was up to 50, 55 degrees?
Almost 50 degrees already.
Oh my goodness. Exactly.
Yeah, pretty good Montana weather.
We were going to go up to Butte on Friday. Eva and I were. We were going to kind of take the scenic route one way and the scenic route another to figure out how things are laid out here. But I woke up Friday morning and it was snowing. And between Helena and Butte, there are passes. It doesn't matter how you go, there are passes. And so we decided that discretion was the better part of valor and just hung around the apartment on Friday. Yesterday, Eve and I went out to Lake Helena, which, as far as I can tell, is actually backed up from the Missouri River Lake.
It is. It is.
What's that other lake?
It drains into Canyon Ferry, and I'm not even sure.
No, the dam downstream of Canyon.
Hauser.
Hauser.
That's
Lake.
right. Hauser.
Yeah, Hauser Lake.
Yeah, I think Hauser Lake is basically kind of backs up as it makes
correct
Lake Helena.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we were out there, and Eva's amazing. I mean, she can walk on water. Of course, here the water's solid. But, so we went out there and just walked around the frozen lake and talked to a couple ice fishermen and stuff and had a nice drive. Again, kind of getting the lay of the land. I don't do sitting around very well at all. That's just not my thing. So we went out and had a good time. And this afternoon, Eva and Joachim spent about an hour working on the computer, trying to do picture in a picture so we could show you pictures or videos or whatever of our little trips, mainly as a test methodology there. But apparently my computer really doesn't have the processing capacity to make all that happen. That's probably it. Joachim and Eva, he actually had Eva load a program on which allowed him to run my computer from Tucson. And so they were trying, and they just couldn't make it work. So won't be able to do the picture in a picture just yet. He's going to see if he can't find some computer hardware that'll do the job better and maybe ship that up to me here. So we shall see. He's got sources for this stuff where, he gets lots of, I guess, surplus more than scrap. It's stuff for recycle, but it would basically be surplus stuff that's a little old or whatever, but still perfectly serviceable. So we'll see what happens on that. I'm still unemployed and got a couple more applications in and stuff. We're not hurting, and we have friends who have offered to help up here, Jim being one of them, should we need assistance. But so far that's it's not likely. I've got actually that one construction company said he'd be calling me this week probably. And when I put in my application at Power Townsend, they said if the guy hadn't called me by end of the day Monday, to call him. So
that's good. Good company.
They must be looking for people. I noticed they had a thing on their door that said barn builders wanted, and so I presume they do
pole sheds,
pole
buildings,
and that's. Sounds like something interesting to do. I've never done that before. So for a month or two, I can do almost anything for a month or two and have a good time at it.
Before you say no.
Yeah. And I wouldn't want to do it forever, of course. But anyhow, that's the situation there. It's at 5:53 here. Chris is still working on the flotation concept for the Montana Bee ore. We got assays back from the Montana Bee gravity test. I think I told you about it last week. Not sure, but anyhow, the results were better than previous, but still way below acceptable. About 20% recovery. And that's just no joy.
Not good enough.
Nah, not even close. I may be getting most of the free gold out of it, though. There may be some really, really fine gold, but it also may be chemically bound. Yeah. And so we got arsenopyrite or oxides or tellurides that are just, they won't gravity separate like pure gold will. Even the tellurides.
Have you tried a toasting process at all?
Not yet. There's various things that we're looking at.
Because that might liberate more. If the free gold is there may be liberation in.
Yeah, say it's one of those things that it's definitely floating off because the slimes have a higher concentration than the tailings.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I followed it enough to go, that's going to be a little tough.
Yeah.
But you're the right guy actually to figure that out.
Yeah. But as I say, it's one of those things that we'll figure out where the gold is. We've sent off more samples for multi-element analysis. And I also sent off that sample, Chris, of the washed slimes. I took some slimes and rinsed them repeatedly to try and get anything that would wash away fairly easily. And then sent those tailings. Sorry, not the slimes. It was tailings. I was washing the slimes out of them, sent them off for assay. And there was also a test that was done with a different extraction device when I was not here. and the concentrates from that are also being tested. So we got a number of things going on right now, and we'll just have to see how it all winds up in the long run. By the way, little one, can you turn off the overhead light there where you're at? It gives us a really bright background.
Down, is there a different level?
No, there's no different level to it, but she's on a computer.
No, just sit in the complete and total darkness. That's all right there.
The electronic devices have backlighting. So anyhow,
Which gives me vicious headaches.
that's
why I have.
then sit in the kitchen and watch them. Now, that isn't that much better. How about this?
That's not too bad, huh?
That's a little better. What is that for you, little one?
Well, I can sit on the floor by the closet.
Oh, we shall see what we shall see. Go ahead and turn that other light back on. Let's see what happens when I got this light, this overhead light on. And
Do a Holly weird. When in doubt, go brighter.
Hollywood's not very bright. Not that one. Not the kitchen light. Yeah, that's not too
That's
bad.
good. It's nice and
Just a little
balanced.
bit
Okay.
dark, but that's all right. We can deal with that.
Let's see. A little better there.
Some of that shadow out.
Let's see what happens if we give it a little more.
There you go.
Okay, we'll go with that for now. So anyhow, so we're doing a variety of things, trying to figure out exactly in what form the gold is, where it is it chemically combined? If so, with what other things are there? And so that's our basic situation right now on Montana B.
And I'm eating.
Hey,
deer
Matt,
jerky.
how's it going? And yeah, Eva's eating deer jerky brought to us by our guest tonight. So that's the basic situation there. And yeah, I'll be working on that for the next couple of months probably. What do you think? Probably we could be getting into the buckhorns there.
I would maybe actually this year, unless we get heavy spring snows, maybe by the first week of April.
Okay.
This year might end up to be in our favor to get into the backcountry.
Yeah, it could be. So hopefully by the time we're ready to go out doing field trips again, we'll have determined a reasonable extraction technique. All we're trying to do is get any kind of an extraction that'll give us at least maybe a 10-to-1 upgrade with minimal losses. Then if we can get it to that, then it's likely we'd be looking at some kind of a leaching situation to get the final gold recovery out of the concentrates. There may be some roasting involved there too. I don't know. Right now, the ore is very well oxidized. There's not a heck of a lot of pyrites or anything that you can observe as pyrites in there. So I don't think it's so much bound up in pyrites as it is. It's just
So
stuck
fine
to
and
something
right
that's floating
chemical.
it away. So if we can concentrate whatever that other stuff is, whether it be the tellurides or something else, then it would be great. Hey Aries, how's it going? And
Hi, Aries.
Kim McLaughlin says, good morning from Idaho. Good evening from Idaho. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. But anyhow, so yeah, Prospector Trip saying hi there. So anyhow, that's basically the plan on that ore, is just try and find something where we can eliminate 90% of the crud before we do the more expensive stuff. Now, before we get started with Jim here too, I'd like to bring up the current state of the metals markets. This is not financial advice, of course, but there's been a lot of
We need crayons.
discussion over many years of how the metals markets may be heavily over papered in terms of if you have 100 ounces of gold and it's in your safe, and some guy says, hey, I want to buy 100 ounces of gold, then you can either take the 100 ounces or he can give you a piece of paper that says, this is good for 100 ounces of gold. And the problem with that is then some other guy comes along and says, I'd like to buy some gold. And the guy goes, hey, look, safe, 100 ounces. You want to buy that? You know? The guy goes, sure. So there's another 100-ounce paper. And I say a lot of people who know a heck of a lot more than me believe that, oh, and Aries says, hi, Eva.
Hi, Aries. You want the current silver price, people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the current silver price right now?
The current silver price on Kitco, the bid is $27.94 and the ask is $28.94 an ounce.
Whoa.
So it's gone up, what, $2 or $3 today?
Up 96 cents today,
Right.
3.56%.
Just in the last 2 hours.
Okay.
That's
Yep.
pretty good.
So anyhow, this presents certain vulnerabilities which can potentially be exploited by the same people who exploited the vulnerabilities of the short sales on GameStop. And they are currently looking at exploiting those capabilities. Therefore, it may not be a bad idea. I would, do your own due diligence, but the prices of the metals may be going up substantially in the not too distant future, which for us miners would be a positive thing. Gold essentially has the same sort of issue, just not as bad as silver, but people are speculating the price of silver might go up over $100 an ounce and the price of gold might go up over $5,000 an ounce. So if that were to happen, that would be a good thing for us miners.
Buy physical silver, people. Buy physical silver.
If you can get it.
Yeah, do not buy a piece of paper that says good for so much.
If you
silver,
buy the
gold, or
piece of
whatever.
paper, cash it in almost immediately.
Yeah, call it.
So anyhow, that's just a little, heads up there. If you feel like speculating or something, do your own due diligence, make your own decisions. But the markets are getting kind of weird in some ways right now, and it's interesting to watch.
Interesting couple months going forward.
Price of gold went up $4.80 today, by the way.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Gold's
Percentage-wise, that's nice, though.
Yeah.
It's 0.26%.
Yeah, but what is that?
Standing at 1852.90.
It's 1852. That's about as low as it's been lately.
Well, yeah, but when we were up mining, last year wasn't quite so bad, but prior years, about when you actually had gold to sell for operations, it would be $1,100
Yeah.
versus 18 or 16 or
Yeah.
that. $100 an ounce doesn't sound like much, but when you're running the operations of diesel fuel and oil changes and equipment repairs, $100 per ounce is a big number.
Yeah. And by the way, my general way I buy gold and silver would be bullion gold and silver coins. Nothing that's got collectible value, just bullion. In the case of silver, pre-1965 U.S. coins. So everyone knows what they are. They're reasonably small. Currently, what? Good Lord, a silver dollar would be worth almost 30. So a dime would be worth $3, roughly.
Yep.
Yeah,
That'd be
a
about
dime
right.
would be worth $3.
Yep.
So you could get a roll of dimes, and that's something you could make small purchases with if you
Yep.
needed to. But anyhow, that's our situation there. And now, this is Jim. He's a local miner. You've been here for how many years?
10 years.
10 years.
10 years mining and hunting minerals.
And he's actually spent several years production placer mining, similar like what you see in Gold Rush, heavy equipment into trommels or shakers, screens and sluices and that sort of thing. Today, what we're going to focus on mainly is the methods he's used to determine where to look at and how to look at to find placer gold deposits. And to some extent, this will tend to apply to hard rock deposits too, in terms of how you would look at paperwork and such. So right now I'm going to turn it over to Jim. I'm going to get off screen and watch the comments and kind of direct them to him as he gets little
And
breaks.
we'll lead into your questions. First, I want to say thank you to Keith and Eva for, letting me come and be involved. And Keith has helped me out tremendously in some questions, and him and I bounce questions and answers off of each other. And it's been really an interesting friendship. Thank you to everybody who's supporting his channel and watching his channel and stuff. That's really neat. And I want to start out, I guess, by saying, okay, you want to go mining or you want to go find some gold. Whether you're a metal detector or you're going to go out on Saturday and Sunday with a gold pan, let's start there, because everything, even in my operation, everything leads back to a gold pan. There's your main tool. So we'll basically start what I do when I go to look at a property or to try to go hunting per se, is I'll go and try to find all of the paperwork on an area that I can find. Regional maps, a county map, historic maps, historic information, whether it's at the Historical Society, the Bureau of Mines. Try to find anything you can about that area, because that's the first step you want to do. You want to learn and read the information. The geologic surveys sometimes will have notes by a geologist that worked in that area or on a specific mine. He may be able to tell you depth, boulders, different kinds of processes that would have, accumulated gold in traps. Once you've done some of that homework and started understanding the area that you're looking in, now you can kind of extend that area out a little bit and see that maybe the drainage right opposite the drainage you're looking at might be more productive or might be a better look. Go ahead, Keith. What do we have for a question?
Perhaps you might want to show them your gold plasters there to give them an idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah, here's some information. Yeah, this book is Gold Plasters of Montana. And it's been updated throughout history multiple times by multiple geologists and stuff. And it has maps. It tells you about some of the different drainages and what kind of gold production was known historically, because historically almost all gold, when it went into town to an assay office, was sold to the US government. They bought the gold or silver or platinum. And so there was some government acknowledgement of the kind of gold that came out of specific areas. There's also geologic maps, which is this one.
Up there.
Get that on the camera there.
Yeah.
This has the geologic maps of the different areas and regions within Montana that actually goes into the different rock types of where you're going to find fault lines, known structures, granite to limestone contact zones. And it's a little hard to understand, but eventually each of these little puzzles pieces, as you start to learn that area, will start to come together to where you'll get better and better, because anybody that, especially if they're professionally mining or professionally metal detecting, they're using every advantage they can before they ever put their boots on the ground. That way, your odds of success, you're going to be able to get in that area and get a good view of the area and look it over and go, okay, there's some key points on this map because of an old lode or hard rock mine, or there's old placer workings, and you can get in there and try to figure out what they did after the fact. But until you do some homework, you don't want to just drive into somewhere and go, gee, I want to find a place to go metal detecting. Any plan is a plan towards success. So you want to do any kind of homework that you possibly can in that given area. And if a failure is really not failure, it's a first attempt at finding what you're looking for. So if you don't find it, you need the determination and keep going and go, okay, well, you ask the questions, why? What am I doing wrong? Am I not looking at it right? Ask questions from old timers in the area. There's a lot of information that if you glean it, and some of it's stories, don't listen to every story, listen to it, but maybe there's one nugget of truth in that story. But everything will help you find success in hunting that one piece of gold or multiple ounces of gold. Any questions at this point?
No, we have a couple,
Okay.
3 people that are just
Feeding
come in and just
Okay,
said hi.
That's good.
So
We've got some people on. I'll use Google Maps to get an overview of the area that I'm going to go look at this drainage and see what its potential is. It really, it comes down to due diligence. It's, plan for success, and more than likely you will have some success. And Keith can vouch to this. I mean, the more you know, whether you get called out to go look at a mine or you're going there for your own personal benefit, the more you can learn about that area before you ever put your boots on the ground is only things that'll help you look at it and go, well, wait a minute, why'd they do this? Why did they ground sluice it? It was a limited water. What were the reasons it was mined in the way it was?
now another thing, we were talking the other day, you mentioned taking lots of field notes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And that'll be the next thing I'll lead, kind of into is, okay, we've done some historical background. We have a little bit of knowledge of this drainage. This valley was mined over, 50 years or whatever. Now we get on the ground, and my first field trip to a property or a drainage is my GPS. I'll have a gold pen usually. Mainly is my field notebook and a pen or a piece of paper, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk the drainage and I'm going to look at it and I'm going to make notes on how it was mined, if it was like ground sluiced or if they built, sluice boxes and moved the gravels. I'm going to look at if I can tell where they maybe went deeper, a bigger rock pile in the middle of the creek bottom, or I'm going to look for clues. And I'll walk up the drainage, and sometimes that's miles. And I'll come back down the other side of the drainage, walking and looking and making notes, taking maybe some GPS coordinates, and look for things that can tell me about the drainage from a viewpoint of what they did and why. Look for water ditches. Sometimes I'll even go to the extent of climbing the nearest mountain to look where I can look down the drainage to see, because most drainages aren't a straight line. The gold was not deposited in a straight line for 3 miles. The gold was deposited based on the erosion of the creek going back and forth and concentrated like a sluice box. So you don't want to miss out on a possible bench that could have more gold than those old guys down in the bottom of the creek, took out. Every drainage that had gold, and you want to look at known areas. I mean, you'll find gold where gold has been found. As you work through a system like this, eventually you get better at looking at areas where maybe somebody never looked, or they looked and they didn't find it, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. So you can go back, and as you learn more and more about on the ground, you can start to look at those areas outside of that somebody never even looked. And I would say 80% of these drainages that have gold, and it doesn't really matter where you're at, in the United States, in British Columbia, in Alaska, in Arizona, it doesn't matter. You're going to find that a lot of this area that they did mine in that, they never found the source of the gold. They mined it kind of the frosting on the cake, so to speak. They mined anything that was easily and readily able to find or sluice, and that's what they found. They never found the source. In a lot of cases, there recoveries were less than 50% of the gold they ran through their sluice boxes was actually recovered by them. It was thrown right back into the drainage. So nowadays, with the numbers we have in the value of gold, some of that could very well be remined, and you'll make more money than anybody that ever did in history.
Go ahead.
So it pays to do your homework and to try to learn everything you can. And you want to go into an area with a very open mind and maybe a little imagination as far as looking at the drainage and trying to imagine, where did the water go when this was all washed down this drainage? Because basically it's a giant sluice box. Where did the water go, and what would have positioned the gold in certain places? What were the controls that would have pushed the water to the right side of the drainage, or from the right back to the left side of the drainage? Watch the rock piles for the sizes of rock. You'll find a lot of places in ground sluicing where the rocks are only the size of a softball, and you get up somewhere and all of a sudden there's this rock pile and all these rocks are 20-inch rocks. Well, there was a high pressure channel where those 20-inch rocks were, because it took a lot more water to put those big rocks in than those little ones. So, and that's the type of stuff you're looking for if you're going to find better and bigger gold. The bigger the rocks get, usually in a drainage, the better the gold gets. And if those rocks came from somewhere higher up, it took a lot of energy to put those there in a big pile, somewhere on a curve or a slight change, a dog leg in the creek bottom. And those are the notes that you want in your field book, because then you can start to define what was the ancient channel that first or second time gold was laid into that drainage, where it was laid and how.
Okay, let's take a short little thing to answer a question here.
Okay.
First of all, Michael asked, where did you get all the maps?
U.S. Bureau of Mines, or like here, Montana Bureau of Mines has some really, really good stuff. And a lot of times, even if I have a specific drainage or a specific section within a town or an area that I want to look at, there is enough historical data within the Bureau of Mines here in Montana, being mining was a big thing here. In Arizona, similar, I know that. Idaho's got probably more information than Montana. Idaho's Bureau of Mines was actually very good, I guess.
Cool.
And I haven't done a lot of stuff in Idaho, but I just, I know guys that do. Some of it overlaps Montana to Idaho because of our northern area up here where the silver belt come in on the Idaho batholith came into Montana. So there was really good. There's aerial magnetics in some areas where the U.S. Geological Service did overflights with aerial magnetics. And a lot of times that'll tell you where you're looking for granite against limestone. It'll give you areas that are really highlighted for magnetite. And magnetite usually, especially in this area, is associated with gold. So there's a lot of places you can slowly learn to glean information that puts you one step ahead of somebody else just getting out of their truck and thinking they're going to find gold. And not that it isn't there, but if you've done your homework, you'll have better ideas of where to go and where not to go, that you increase your chances and your likelihood of saying, oh boy, I got some gold today. I'm a happy guy. I found something.
Okay, so basically up here, up north, we don't have this in Arizona. It'd be in the summertime. In the off season, do the research, and you've got the equivalent of the Bureau of Mines. Virtually every one of these western states does. You may have geology departments at universities where you can ask.
That's true. Yep.
And see, there's always a geology department at the state level, because there's nothing else they need it for construction.
Right, bridge building, river crossings, they have to USGS too. Right?
Yep.
And it overlays state to USGS, or like in Minnesota, I know you could go to the University of Minnesota and they had a phenomenal geology department.
Yeah.
And whether you're looking, I don't care, it doesn't matter if you're looking for gas or oil or gems or crystals, you can find a lot of information through that, Bureau of Mines or geological, even groups. Some towns have a geological group of people that go rock hunting.
Rock hounding. Yeah.
They have information, and some of that information may very well help you in your hunt.
Yeah.
Historical societies.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have driven by the historical society in their county or their area for 20 years and never walked in there. And it's just a bunch of antiques. Well, no, it isn't. There's, like here, there's old mining diaries of actually people who lived it and wrote down what they did every day. There's newspapers, all the records of these old newspapers in these towns that are long forgotten. Those newspapers usually had an article every week about what was happening in the mineral industry because that's what they were employed in. There is so much information that still honestly exists if you can source it and find it.
And Chris Georgie also, previous episode here, suggested you can also check newspaper records.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to an old newspaper that if it's been publishing since then, theoretically you can often check their records. You can also check the county tax records, things like that.
Yeah, I've done that, looking for a mine that was identified that I found it, in a newspaper clipping from 1876 or something, and I can't find the mine. And there's a slight recorded, information about where it was located. But by going back and looking at going to the courthouse and looking for tax records from that time, or, a landowner, it's like, oh, there's the mine I was looking for.
Yep. And that was why we were going to go to Butte on Friday, was so that I could go and look at the various publications they have, where I could literally just examine them before buying, and also go to the mineral museum.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be pretty good. So I'll have a video on the mineral museum when I go to it. Hopefully it'll be tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. And as Jeff is mentioning here, some states are much better at finding stuff than others, and some entities have changed their philosophy over the years. For example, the old USGS maps will show a lot more mines than the new ones will, because the philosophy has changed. They don't want people to go out there and find them now, so they will forget to mark them.
That's a good point, because the historical of what is out there in a lot of areas, U.S. Forest Service and even including BLM has started to take all those little mine locations off of those maps because they don't want you or me out there. And if it's open for mineral entry, which is easy enough to check with your BLM office or whatever, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and it's going to be a lot of fun days on the ground. Go out and have fun. But if you do your homework, it's just going to make it that much better that chances are you're going to succeed. You're going to find some gold.
Fire Service hazard maps have the old mine sites too? Is that
yes,
what you're saying,
they
Chris?
do, because those guys don't want to drop a dozer down an old mine or have people fall into an old shaft somewhere. So yes, the Fire Service has way better maps than any maps I've ever seen. But I'm not even sure how you get your hands on those unless you know the right guys. Yeah, Fire Service maps. I don't know who brought that up. That's a good one, Chris, because they've got maps that you throw on the hood of the pickup and you look at them and go, where did you get this and what is this? Yeah, you got that. I'll give you that one.
Okay. Does anyone have any more questions on mapping and this or that? Or do you want to get into what's your next, how you actually explore once you get in the field?
I think so. After we've gone to the point.
Thank you, Robert.
In some cases, I'll do multiple trips to an area And I'm not really there to mine or even to test. I'm there to try to visualize the ground, the drainages that might be draining into the main drainage that I'm looking at. I'm using that field notebook, and none of this at the time when I'm writing down stuff and I'm looking at it and trying to make my own little mental map as much as a map on paper. I don't even understand it a lot of times, but once I go in there to say, you know, the next field trip, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to dig a hole somewhere, and I find a place and I'll dig a hole and I'll try to dig to bedrock. And that's where you'll sort out the guy who's serious from the guy with just this is a hobby. Because the first thing in a drainage is don't even look for the gold, look for the depth of the gravels and the types of gravel to bedrock. And if the hole might be 6 feet deep and it might be 18 feet deep, you just don't know, which is going to take a little more than one person if you got to go deep. But a 6-foot hole you can theoretically dig in one day, pry bar, a pick, and a shovel, dig down and find out, is there enough valuable gravels there that possibly hold gold to even make it feasible to mine it? And once you're at that bedrock, now take your pan and start taking like 1 foot areas. Start right at the bedrock and take a pan of material for just a little cut there for 1 foot and go wash that pan and see if you got any color at all. And if you do, take another pan of that same material and do it again. And okay, I can reproduce it. There's 25 colors in that pan. Now we're getting serious. Now we have gold. Now it's to try to isolate how much ground is possibly here and what kind of calculations and yardage would that be to make it feasible, whether it's using a small high banker or it's actually maybe running a drift like the old timers did, actually running a tunnel on bedrock and working underground. Or it could be an excavator or a tractor backhoe and a small wash plant. But first you need to find gold. So your tools that you're most concerned with is a gold pan and a shovel and a pick. Don't go out and buy equipment that you don't even know if you can use until you find some gold. And the gold pan is by far, I don't care how big of an operation you get to, you need a gold pan.
Now, you also use your metal detectors.
I do. Once I'm in an area where I know I should be able to locate gold, I will use my metal detectors. And if I get down on bedrock, anywhere we dig a hole, including our big cuts where we make with the big equipment, we immediately go into those, pump them down to make sure we got dry enough ground to wander on, and we will metal detect the surfaces of the bedrock through the whole area before we say, okay, we can backfill this. Just because if there's a crack in there, that's a riffle in a sluice box, and that crack sometimes, you can have an area the size of your shower or your bathtub in your bathroom that could have 10 ounces of gold, and you've already excavated and you're already there. That's not something you want to miss because it's like, oh, we dug it all and didn't check. Redundancy is your best friend. If you can pan some gold in a pan, pick up some more dirt right there from that same depth or same elevation and do it again. Anytime you're dealing with it, and Keith will tell you this, whether it's tailings or slimes or just rock itself, if you can continually reproduce the same situation or scenario, that tells you it's true. It's not just a fluke that you found one spot with one little thing of gold.
And the thing is, if it's not reproducible, you can't make a profit anyway.
Right. Just finding gold does not mean you have a gold mine, and maybe you hit a one spot behind a rock and you find an ounce worth of gold. That doesn't mean you have a gold mine if the whole rest of the drainage was washed right to bedrock by, some old historic miner. So you need to do your homework is essential to put you on gold, and then it's up to you to do the rest of the homework with digging holes and doing tests. And I'll put a shout out to a guy that I've watched him do some testing on YouTube. that is really fun, and he's really good at it, is Andy Thrax Mining. He's up in Canada here somewhere, British Columbia, I believe. But he's doing some of his own placer testing on his own placers, and he really, really goes into depth on that process. So that would be somebody you may all be interested in also. The guy is good. He knows what he's doing when it comes to testing a hole. And I think Keith and I, if we get a chance this summer, we may try to do a little, take this a little farther and do like that, do a hole and show you how to properly test and to look for unoxidized gravels. A lot of times, like here, on my mind, when you get into unoxidized gravels, you'll go from a yellow or a gray gravel or sand. And when you actually get into the ancient channel of gravel, it'll be really, really iron red stained, like a sulfide zone on a hard rock mine, that okay, I'm into ancient gravel that's completely untouched and hasn't had oxygen. And then that red zone is probably going to be fairly substantial in having gold. But how much it has, you don't know until you do your testing. But you could definitely get in an area of gravels that if you just dug a hole 3 feet deep in an old worked area, it's all the same colors, gray, brown, blue. But when you get in an unoxidized gravels, ancient gravel, it'll be a different color completely usually. So it's identifiable from the excavator or the dozer when you're making your top cuts, taking your overburdens off. You'll be able to identify that pay zone because it'll have a distinct edge of color to it.
Will it also have a distinct texture difference? I mean, like you're
sometimes
moving
because
surface
it
and then you hit cobbles.
Right, you could be in cobble, or you could start hitting a big rock, and then you could have basically a scalloped pile of rocks under it that the water flow will pile rocks up against rocks, and the bottom will be what they call boulder pavement. It's paved the bottom of the stream or creek bed. Well, every one of those is basically like riffles in a sluice box, and that gold gets down into those. And sometimes the gravels, if there's gravels underneath that boulder pavement, you've got an enrichment zone that could be 2 or 3 feet thick that can be phenomenal. But most people don't want to dig the hole. That's why they don't find gold, is you have to be willing to put in some effort. And then from there, you can do further analysis as to, can this be a small operation, which might be 2 guys and some shovels and picks and a high banker. That could be a very profitable operation, actually, with the prices we've got, if you find decent gold. But there's no reason to go out and buy a whole bunch of equipment that you don't really know what you need until you can go out and find basically a property of some sort or a drainage that you can stake claims in and be able to test to see that, yes, there's gold here. And now how do we scale it into a bigger operation, or can we scale it into a bigger operation? There's some placers that are small enough they can't be a big operation. It would cost too much to mobilize equipment in permitting versus doing weekends or 5 days a week during the summer with a high banker. You may make way more profit than you ever will by looking at it in a big scale. And I'll try to get into some of that as we do this, as far as mining permits and scaling and reclamation bonding. And you can, point questions to Keith also, because, maybe we can help you answer some of those. But we'll work into bigger operations here as we kind of try to do maybe a little bit of a series at some point.
Yeah, I think that it would be a good idea to have you here multiple times. To try and cover everything in one night would be way too much. Now, one nice thing about this format that I found too is when you're giving this information, it's being recorded. So
you can go back and watch it again, or you can go, what did he say? Yes, I do it. I watch quite a few different people myself.
If you take a look right now, we have 38 different viewers, but I'd like you to come by later this week and see. We'll probably have 300 to 400 views of this.
And that's
So that means a lot of people can
you know,
benefit from
I'm
it.
hoping to be informative, and I would be more than willing, you know, with Keith and that, to help somebody, you know, if they have questions.
Okay.
Because we want to see, if you're going to go out and put the effort in to begin with, if you start to plan it and you start to do your homework, you start to find out some of the fun is in the homework. I've read diaries of old miners who lived up in the mountains there through many winters, and you realize that the hardships they suffered, we're never going to suffer, I don't think, unless this whole thing blows up on us, but which could happen, I guess. But you know,
we're not allowed to discuss it.
Right, right. You can't go there, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So onward. We'll keep it at mining tonight if we can.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Mr. Fang, who's from Arizona there.
Yeah, I've seen him on.
Okay. He asked, how far down should each sample hole be?
Well, ideally, you want to dig to bedrock, and if you're in a drainage that's got gravel, how far? Where's the bedrock? Is it 8 feet deep? Is it 4 feet deep? Or down in there, maybe even caliche. And I'm not real familiar with you know, but that could be a false bedrock, which is a real embedded limestone, basically, right?
Yeah,
calcite limestone. And
in Arizona and the Sonora Desert, there the sediments. Technically, they're called fanglomerates in many areas. Where the mountains have weathered away and formed alluvial fans. Those can be anywhere from tens to thousands of feet deep. I've been in Mexico in a place called El Boludo, where we were lowered down a 96-foot shaft, and at the bottom, towards the surface, it was normal looking, you know, deposits of sediments and everything. But once we got down to the bottom, that lower 15, 20 feet was so hard a caliche that they had 40-foot wide tunnels down there. Yeah. And no shoring at all.
Well, yeah.
And so that's how hard
there's some
it can
placers in Alaska also that they're digging with a big equipment underground, under, you know, permafrost structures. And, you know, that's almost scary to me, but they do it. And to answer his question, though, is you need to figure out where is bedrock. And then there's some technical tools in my, you know, that I've hired guys to come in and do ground penetrating radar. We've done some IP testing with electronics to try to determine, is bedrock within reach with our excavators and equipment, because you could be in a drainage that it's got gold in it, but unfortunately the gold is 100 feet down in the middle of the drainage. Well, the economics say that's just not worth it unless we can start at the bottom of the drainage and work into it, you know, for miles into it. So on a small thing, you're going to go to a site, you're going to get in a creek with a bottom. Ideally, you're going to find shallower bedrock, probably closer to the bank of the drainage, the edge of it, which would be a control. Go to the edge so that you're not, if you're in the middle of the drainage, it could be 27 feet to the bedrock. If you're on the edge of the drainage, it may only be 6 feet or 8 feet. You want what the old timers did is they actually cribbed a shaft down to bedrock, find bedrock. That's all they were determined in, find bedrock. Once they found bedrock, then they would test coming back up that shaft until they said, okay, the only gold is in the bottom 15 feet. The bottom 2 feet is paying so much a yard, and the next, 8 or 10 feet is paying $1 or $2 a yard. So then you make the determination, is the upper worth even working? And maybe as a whole, if you took the whole 15 feet of pay gravel, maybe it works out to a calculable number, like in today's numbers, where it's, $35 a yard to run all of it. Well, then it's worth, the economics are there to say, yeah, let's run all of it. That way it's mined and nobody will ever be back in here trying to remine it. At least in, in known history and where we are with technology. But you need to go to bedrock. And the old timers would go in a drainage and they'd dig a shaft straight to bedrock and test. Then they'd move across the creek, maybe 45 degrees across the other side of the creek, and they'd dig another shaft all the way to bedrock. And if they were still finding gold, they'd go up the drainage 100 yards and they'd dig another hole straight to bedrock. And until they had that tested to say, yes, this is worth building a flume and getting water in here, and we can hydraulic this whole drainage out of here, or they can excavate it out of there. The first thing is the testing. Find gold, and then see if you can go and make another hole and find gold again. You getting some questions there?
Yeah, some are ones that I can answer easily. A fish finder will show you the layers in a solid mass.
Really?
Is this true? Anyone else know?
Sonar?
It's sonar, yeah.
Maybe shallowy that would work, like a mud on bottom of gravels or rock.
Do you have to like put a little bit of water in the hole, to get good contact or
That's
not?
one I've never tried.
I've never heard of that one, Michael. If you could give us a little more info on that, that's a very interesting idea.
Because that's one thing both Keith and I have in common. We like to test.
Yeah.
We like to try things. Will that work?
Let's see. Okay, when you say, Michael, it has to have water in it, do you mean the soil itself has to be saturated?
I think the sonar, it would have to, because otherwise the sonar won't work.
Yeah, seismic is, it's the same kind of idea, but the instrumentation is a bit more expensive.
Well, seismic is more bouncing energy off of the bedrock and getting it's a sounding, really. It's like a ship sounding for depth. Using seismic.
So it looks like if you have relatively saturated soil, then Michael says that an ordinary fish finder.
We're going to have to try that experiment.
That'd be a hell of a video.
Yeah, that is an experiment.
Not only that, but it gives me a legitimate reason to buy a fish finder.
Yeah, right.
And write it off.
It won't be for Saturdays anymore.
Wow. That's interesting.
That would be, because we've went, myself and the guys who work with me and stuff. Literally, we go dig a hole. Where's bedrock? And some drainages, it's kind of like, man, I don't know. A bedrock could be 80 feet down. And the old timers did it. I can show some shafts that I dropped a fishing line and string down these old shafts, and it's 47 feet to the bottom, and it's like, man, these guys were determined to find gold.
Yeah, you can just go to a creek basically and just dig a little hole so you got good water there.
That would be interesting to see what the sounding,
the transducer in it, and see what happens. Wow.
That
doesn't sound like a bad idea, does it?
Not to try. If it works, hey, it's one more tool in the toolbox.
Yeah. That's a fascinating idea. Thank you very much, Michael. Everybody out there, if you got the equipment to try that, let us know how that works. Because you can just go out in the creek, just find a spot. Right. Yeah. I know that creek at Chris Georgie's place there would be interesting, especially if you already knew where you believe bedrock was. That would be interesting, because if you can map bedrock, a lot of times in a drainage, the drainage can be a fault line, so that some of the gold came up literally in the drainage, or the degradation of the vein in the drainage. But a lot of times on these drainages, your faulting is opposite. It's 90 degrees of the drainage, so you've got multiple sources of gold. You've got multiple places that you could have hard rock mines. And sometimes there is hard rock mines already there, historic, where the old guys were looking. But you start to see bedrock that comes over. The bedrock will come up to just about nothing, and they may have scoured that off. And a little farther up the drainage, the bedrock drops off and it goes down 18 feet again. Well, that's just a huge, giant riffle in the bottom of the sluice box. And if you can identify the fault patterns in the drainage, or what I call controls,
what would have controlled the gold? And if you can start to find and figure out the controls of that drainage, your success just shot right off the charts, because if it's there, you're going to find some pockets in some areas that are just unbelievable. And it's all there because the old guys couldn't get it. They couldn't dig a swimming pool in a spot because they had no way of dewatering it, and they had no way of getting rid of their tailings, pushing them down, basically downstream. And those are the chances anymore that exist in a lot of these worked areas, that you need to look at the time reference, historic reference to how they mined it and what their limitations were at that time versus nowadays with pumps and heavy equipment, or whether maybe even just a tractor and a backhoe. Your limitations are far different than what those guys that literally had nothing were able to accomplish.
Yeah, what I'm doing here is there'll be another question that's not having to do with what you're doing,
Right.
and I can answer that.
No, that's good.
It's working pretty good.
Yeah, it's
okay. And for those who are coming in late, Jim here is a professional miner. He's been in Montana for 10 years.
Yep.
He's done professional scale placer mining operations. And he's currently exploring some hard rock stuff right now.
Yep. Because I mean, always keep in the back of your mind when you're in an area, and whether you're metal detecting or panning or whatever, keep in mind that if you find gold, that gold came from somewhere. Where did it come from? And more than likely, there's a hard rock source somewhere upstream or up the hillsides from you. And if you're able to locate that, maybe it's not something you want to mine necessarily, but putting a claim on it and talking to somebody, you know, a junior miner or somebody who does, could be very, very profitable. Or it might be a fun source of gold to take the grandkids and just every weekend go get some more gold.
Yeah, don't limit yourself.
Yeah, no, you know, you got to have an imagination, and you have to have fun. You want to have fun no matter what you're doing. That's an important part, because mining can have some disheartening moments.
Oh.
You can be finding gold, and all of a sudden you're not finding gold. You know, so you can't.
I'm shocked.
Yeah,
shocked. I tell you.
You can't be betting on, oh, this is going to hold out forever right here, because a placer was never laid down in, like I said earlier, in a straight line. It's not a straight line. The more you can understand about it as you dissect the components and as you learn how the drainage and what's happening, you can start to get a thesis for what happened, why is the gold over here, and why did we just get out of it? And a lot of times that gives you a scientific guess that all of a sudden you can say, well, if we take a right turn right here, we should be able to stay on the gold. And 9 out of 10 times you're right. But it's stuff you learn to put the puzzle pieces together. And that's why it's vitally important to keep a field notebook. And maybe you're only ever in this area twice, but you made this field notebook. You got notes. Well, someday when you learn more as you go on, you may go back. You know, I was in that drainage 8 years ago, and I remember something now. And you go back to that place, and you'll go, I think I know where the gold is. It's right in there. And it was because you kept notes. And as you're mining, if you get into where you're mining, keep notes, because the picture gets brighter and brighter when you can go back and refer back to your notes, because you've seen a change in some kind of different color rock. The grade changed somehow, or maybe there's coarser gold and you want to know why. What are the other rocks that are around that coarser gold? I mean, if it's all, you know, marble boulders that are the size of bowling balls, well, that's a channel, that's a major channel, and you want to definitely stay on it, and you want to find marble balls, bowling balls, and you're going to find gold. So you want to learn about an area, ideally. If you can keep yourself to a specific area for a while and learn everything you can learn about it. it's going to make it way more productive in the long run for you. If you're jumping around all over the country, it gets really hard. You're never in one spot long enough.
Okay. Mr. Fang has a good question here.
Okay.
It says, how do you use your metal detector to find places to dig? And if you only had a few hours to visit an area, what would you spend your time doing? Find bedrock, detect, dig holes? What?
Well, like I kind of came on to here with is if I'm going to go to an area, and that's what I do here over the winter, is I look at drainages that have economic possibility. But if I'm going to go to an area, first I want some history. What are the old mines that are there, maybe above it, old hard rock mines? Was it a valuable enough placer? I mean, did they really find gold? If all you can ever find is somebody recorded 1 ounce, it doesn't mean it's not there. But my likelihood that if I can only be there for part of an afternoon, my likelihood of finding gold is like not good. I mean, unless you're exceptionally lucky, and I don't necessarily believe in luck. I believe that if you work a plan, the plan is going to get you to where the outcome that you want, and that's true in most stuff.
Yeah, perspiration, not inspiration.
Yeah, so if you do your homework, so you know a little bit before you ever touch foot on the ground, you're more likely probably to go ahead and dig that hole, or just metal detect the drainage, metal detect up the banks, the old piles. Maybe where two drainages come together, you can see where the water had washed over the side up against it, exposed some bedrock. Put your metal detector over there where there's a chance that the gold would be close to where it hung up in that old bedrock or that rock.
Yeah, I think if I was going to be in an area for just a little bit and I was looking for placer, I'd probably just look on the drainage and see if I could find a spot that
exposed. Even gravels, a lot of times you'll have a washed bank on a river channel or a creek where you can see the layers of gravel. There's boulders, and then there's smaller rock and pea rock, and then maybe clay above it. Okay, start focusing on that bottom channel right there at the water line that's got an interesting level of gravels to it. And, your chances are, you probably will find something.
Yeah, I mean, I say if I was looking for hard rock gold, like in the desert, on the other hand, I would hike.
Right. And that's what I do. A lot of these drainages, I will hike them once or twice, sometimes 3 times before I ever bring a shovel, a gold pan, a small pump in the high bank or something too. My first thing is I want to be able to visually walk this drainage, figure out what happened here, and try to put the historic perspective on what I'm looking at. And then using my imagination somewhat, try to figure out what would have been the water channel. I mean, I was telling Keith just the other day about one that I was in, that I walked this drainage. It wasn't even something I was looking for gold, but I walked this drainage and I could see there was a dog leg in the drainage. It took a real big right-hand turn for about a half a mile. And I was looking at the mountain above it, and you could see that the mountain above it actually was like sliced through. There was 2 big outcroppings on either side of the drainage. So it was a canyon. And I'm like, okay, all the material in that canyon at one time had to have come down that creek. And as it came down that creek, it hit that right-hand, it'd be a left-hand turn coming down the drainage. It hit that left-hand turn. And I thought, well, the old timers in about 1900 had mined the drainage way at the bottom. And all small rocks. It was like, if they found any gold, they were lucky, and they probably did find some. But when I went back and looked at the drainage, I realized that about 100 feet above the water, there was a real nice flat bench about 100 feet wide, and it went for way up that curve. And then I went above that, about 50 feet above that bench was another bench. So I got my metal detector. I went back down to my truck, got my metal detector. I went up on the top bench, and in 4 hours, I had a handful of nuggets. And I was probably 175 feet above the existing creek that was running water. And it was one of those things where if I wouldn't have known what I was looking at, I would have never went up there looking for gold. But when I realized that the ancient channel bench was way up there on that hill, and over the millennial, the creek kept moving down against the other mountainside. So the creek today is down there in the bottom of this canyon. Well, the ancient creek bottom that I was looking for with gold is up on top of the edge of that side hill. And, it was a guess, educated guess, but it was a guess. And I went up there and I found gold. And I'm like, well, there's the placer.
Okay, now we have a gentleman here. Let's see if I can scroll this way here. He says, I have an old placer area that old timers dug along a creek and stacked quartz cobble up to 24-inch in walls, lots of small quartz. They took away with up to 1/4-inch. I presume it means 1/4-inch minus black sands.
Okay.
What would you suggest doing there? Now, Chris Georgie suggested get out a metal detector and
Definitely work the quartz. Definitely put a metal detector on some of that quartz on those rock piles and that. The other thing I would do is walk the drainage, which is just what I'm talking about here. Walk the drainage. And if you get to a point somewhere in that drainage that you don't see any more quartz anymore, let's just say it goes to blue granite or it goes to limestone, stop right there and mark that as a GPS coordinate and start looking right at that point of why did the quartz just stop? What happened? What changed? Because the source of that gold and that quartz may be on your left or right hand sides of that drainage, right there where that changed. And that's what you're looking for walking a drainage is changes. Doesn't matter. It could be a certain kind of green rock. It could be the quartz vein. It could be a marble, thing that you start seeing a lot of marble.
Yeah.
Every one of those are a geologic function to have that kind of rock. And anytime you get a change that going from maybe granite to limestone or granite to marble or any of those changes could have been a good spot where that gold precipitated out.
Settled out, actually, but yeah.
Well, it could be settling. It could actually be, part of a vein or a fault line that crosses at 90 degrees to the drainage, completely opposite the drainage. If that fault went across or that mineral vein crossed that drainage, that mineral vein is what fed, that gold down that placer.
Okay, now, Jimmy also said that he dug some test holes, found some small gold, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Georgie agreed. Metal detect the boulders looking for
Definitely
that. But he also suggested, and I agree with this too, if the boulders are kind of rounded a little bit and stuff, but not a whole lot,
they've been carried.
Then start working upstream and seeing if you can find where those boulders came from and where the gold came from.
Right.
Using what is called loaming, which means you work up the stream bed. When you see a change in the amount of gold, then you start working the soils on each side and following it up till you find the actual ore body. Winging it, Tracy asked, would it be worth it to crush the quartz? It would depend on what's in it, but you definitely look at it.
Well, if you think you can see sulfides or gray colors in that quartz, it's not just a white piece of quartz. If there's colors in it, with a loop especially, if you start to see reflections in it with a loop even, yes, it's worth crushing it up, and it's also worth maybe send a piece of it in for an assay just to see if it comes back. Maybe it's high in silver. And right now, if silver goes up to $150 an ounce, you may be able to find a silver mine.
Yeah.
Or platinum exists,
there's like 10 times more silver than gold in a lot of mines.
Well, yeah, the old rule of thumb was, the 13 to 1 in California was 13 ounces of silver to 1 ounce of gold. Historically, the number they use is actually 15 to 1. And right now, the production in the world is only 8 to 1.
Yeah.
So they're only producing 8 ounces of silver for every ounce of gold because gold has been high for the last number of years. Everybody's mining gold. Nobody's looking for silver or other elements.
Well, there may also be a problem with the silver, and that silver is usually found combined like in galena and stuff, and without
Right.
being able to smelt the galena.
Right. Well, right. As you know, as a major silver producing
Yeah.
mine, yeah, it's going to be more of a what they call a VMS deposit. It's going to have lead or zinc and silver, and yeah, and you need to be able to smelt it. And now, right now in Montana, we do not even have a smelter.
Yep.
It would we'd have to go down to Utah or Nevada in order to get it processed. Or Canada. British Columbia does have some smelters.
And Xioxio had exactly the same answer you did. Winging it, Tracy, I would look for sulfide minerals in the
Yep.
quartz. That would be a good sign that may be worth crushing.
Yep. If
Yep.
you've got some real orange or red, looks like iron, or silver elements in that quartz, it's worth at least identifying it. It may lead you to something bigger. But I agree with Chris there that you go up the drainage and see if you can figure out where that rock was coming from. And if the fault line's the drainage itself, the rock may have come up or washed out from the degradation of the actual drainage, because every drainage, there's a reason that the drainage is where it's at geologically. It didn't just, if it was really solid hard rock, it would not have washed out. So a lot of times, if it was the vein source, the vein washed out, which was the drainage. This is all based on normal degradation of the whole mountain.
And quite often the vein will either be the hardest thing or the softest thing.
In a lot of cases, it's the softest thing, is the actual vein, because that was crushed material between a head, a foot wall and that. It was actually all that was ground up, and then that's what washed out.
Yep. So anyhow, everyone seems to be really enjoying it tonight. Do we ever have 40 before, little one?
No, I think 40 is a new high.
I think 40 is a new record.
Thanks for everybody for being here, and
Yep.
bring on the questions if you have them. We'll, if we can help you, hit the ground and succeed. That's what this is about. Is
Why don't
hopefully
you tell them how you became
just as
a
a-
professional?
Bill, are you talking about the channel is Hard Rock University? If you were talking about another channel as in a river channel,
yeah.
I'm not sure. I think he was talking about the channel in
the drainage itself. Channel.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, not to confuse you.
Okay, Jimmy says that he's actually crushed some of that quartz and found gold in it.
Well,
so yeah, I'd be working it upstream.
Yeah, you want to try to find where maybe it stops in the stream channel, and like they were saying, if the quartz is rounded, that means it got moved down. It came downstream from where you're at. So continue to go until you start to see quartz that might be more fractured. Like if you took and broke a rock and have really sharp edges and sides, then try to find out, is it coming from the left or right side of the drainage or something? Where is it? Find the source of the rock.
And that's, let's say, a very, very common technique they use to find
hard rock.
The hard rock deposit, especially in places like Oregon where you can't find dirt anywhere. It's all covered by this green stuff. Now, southern Arizona, it's easy.
Up here in the mountains, it can be really, really hard here because of the depth of overburden and green vegetation and trees. You have to start to learn to kind of pay attention. Occasionally, maybe dig a hole just to break through the organic matter to see what kind of rock.
Yeah.
But in hard rock, apexing or loaming in hard rock isn't a lot different. You go under the edges or the bottom of the hill and you try to find a piece of float, quartz float or something that says there might be something here mineralized. And then you start to apex that in smaller wanders across the hill until eventually there's the source. But it may take you a long time to go back and forth across that hill or dig holes in that hill to try to figure out where's that quartz coming from up there on that side hill.
Bill, we're looking for both gold and silver. Gold is a little bit simpler in many ways than silver.
Yes.
Silver is more plentiful. And when we started the show today, we noted that a lot of people are speculating the price of silver may go up fairly dramatically in the near-term future, which is why there's a little more emphasis on silver today than usually. Okay, Chris, explain why should anyone chasing precious metals in rock should have some stannous chloride handy. So go ahead and lay that one out there, because I think I know, but I'm not quite sure on that. You got a good idea? Okay.
No.
Chris is an amazing font of information.
No.
Chris is our resident rocket scientist.
Well, you need that person. You got, you know, that's what this whole thing is about, is, you know, kind of some information that it helps all of us.
Yeah, I mean, Cosmic, I would definitely go coarser than a kitchen strainer. I mean, kitchen strainer, that's typically going to be about 16 mesh. That's not going to be nearly
not fine enough.
Nearly enough to get it out of hard rock. I have a video.
Well,
you can see.
If you find that vein, call me. With the big gold.
I have a video back there ways. There's one not too far back too, also, in terms of how to find screen stuff without using a screen. If you take any real textured surface, like say the surface of a plastic 55-gallon drum, and you set it at an angle and you start tapping it, then the coarser particles will run down before the fine ones. And you can actually screen down to like 100 or 200 mesh by just tipping it, tapping it, you know, knocking the coarse stuff off and then bringing the fine stuff back up and doing it again. You can get some very, very fine material that way. And I have used that trick more than once in the field, where I got out there and I was like, where's my screen? Oh, my God. I actually
spent some time with a friend of mine who could dry pan really, really well.
Yep.
And I've never perfected it anywhere near what he was able to do, but I mean, he carried a gold pan in every vehicle he owned, I think, and he'd just take samples of stuff all the time everywhere he was and dry pan quick. And believe it or not, there was times where he's like, oh, I got a couple little pieces of gold here I could pick out of there. And was it luck? I don't think so. I think it was just the experience that he gained by years and years of doing what he was good at. And if I've learned anything, it's that I love chasing this and being able to, you know, incorporate history and mapping into going out and actually getting on the ground and saying, you know, there's a mineral, that's the mineral vein I was looking for, is a lot of fun. There's no greater satisfaction than actually starting to see, you know, a moment of success. Sometimes it's fleeting, but to find, you know, what you went out and attempted to find.
Okay, now, a couple things here. First of all, Chris said the stannous chloride acts as a very sensitive indicator of precious metals in solution. So if you take a diamond stone to grind up the rock a little bit and a bit of nitric acid and some filter paper, you can basically get a lot of information. I presume there's that's on, you can Google that somehow.
Yeah, you can go into chemical testing, and there's even some kits for that.
Yeah, I've seen those too.
You know, that the jewelers and that use with acids and colors, and which are very similar to what you're doing there. Basically, a piece of coffee filter.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you can get a color that'll represent silver or gold, yeah, honestly, yes, some ground up rock could definitely, it'll tell you if it's got a precious metal in it.
Yep. Adam Anderson said, what about one of those plastic coffee strainers? That's a lot better than a standard, you know, just
some of those are
screen.
Coarse though, too.
But you're really going to want to try and get it somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 or 100 mesh minimum in terms of a grind before you're likely to get reasonably good liberation from hard rock. Yep. Well, Benjamin, we're working on that. We'll get more information on this and more videos as time goes on here. Okay. So let's see. We've gone over the maps and the historical information.
Yep. And we kind of went to the point
preliminary exploration.
A field trip.
Mm-hmm.
Start noting your controls of what would have controlled the water in the drainage. Your outside bank, your left bank, right bank, depending on which way up or down you're going. Look for things that are different than bigger rock piles from old workings. If they're in an area, there's a good chance that, excuse me, that was a pocket or something that they started to get into. And in a lot of cases, if they were going up elevation, they couldn't dig a swimming pool, and if they had to have their tailings go downstream from them. So in a lot of cases, they went over some of the best gold that was actually in the drainage because they couldn't get there. They could not, unless they started low enough in the drainage to catch that bedrock when bedrock tipped over. A lot of that stuff got left because there was no way they could drain it and get their tailings to flow away from them. So there's a lot of places that a lot of gold yet to be found right where they were working before. Keep in mind, all gold has a source. Where did it come from? When, even though you want a placer mine, you may find the next big discovery if you're paying attention. It's happened more than once. A guy, whether it's luck or being at the right place at the right time, but it's also paying attention. Assume nothing. The minute you think that, okay, I found gold and this is how it's laying in here, you're wrong. So assume nothing, just make notes. And as things change and progress in what you're finding, you're more apt to notice a change that could be the difference between making a profit and losing a lot of money. So you definitely want to pay attention and make notes. Look for contact zones along the drainage. Pay attention to the surrounding country rock. Does it change? If it's limestone and all of a sudden it goes to quartz or it goes to granite, there's a good chance right there somewhere you've got a contact zone that was possibly one of the sources of the gold in the drainage.
So let's see.
I mean, we could go to sampling tonight, but I'm thinking that could be a whole different.
Probably be a good idea to just hold that off for another.
Yeah, and
I do want to bring up something though. You got your other book on the sampling thing?
Oh yes, I do. The must-have. This personally is my Bible that I carry in my truck, in my backpack. If you can hopefully you can all see that.
Yeah, it's okay on their screen. It's reversed
it's
on ours.
Applied gold placer exploration, and a friend of mine was one of the most current writers of that. He goes through Alaska, Idaho, Montana, and stuff, but kind of the rules of placer mining are in here. A lot of what I've kind of covered tonight with notes and understanding. You don't have to be a geologist to find gold. It doesn't hurt. The more you know about geology, the better you're going to get at finding gold. Whether, Keith loads me up and we go to Arizona, some of the things that are in my head and in my notebooks are going to be just as applicable there or Alaska or wherever else. The placer is kind of a science, why it's there. And this book will give you a lot of good reading. And I continually over the years go back to certain things that I remember reading in it and check it. It's got calculations in there for water flow, gravel pile calculations, how to calculate yardages, for your area of repose that's going to fall back on you. it's amazing what is in this book. And you definitely, you know, let's see, get that up here.
Yeah.
It's definitely something that you do want to get. And this is available through the Montana Bureau of Mines. It was last updated in 2003, but it's got a lot of historical perspective. Some of it's even California, but it talks about the different techniques that were used in the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s. It talks about why the old guys did what they did in a lot of cases. And it gives you concepts and ideas for looking for what you're looking for right now. And the book is available. I want to believe that I think the last time I looked, it was like $25. And Keith is going to put this on his website, the information. It's publication, special publication 115. And you can actually just go online to the Montana Bureau of Mines, go to publications, and you can find that special publication 115. And it'll be the best money you've ever spent, even if you're a metal detector, because you can start to understand what guys have told you. It's got all the testing procedures in it for laying out a mine, how to pattern out a mine. That's what that is. Like that. This is test holes, Keith, in a drainage, and how to figure out what's economic to take and what isn't in the drainage.
What I'm planning on doing is, hopefully we'll get to Butte tomorrow, in which case I'm going to buy, of course, a copy of that for myself, but I'm also going to buy an extra copy, and I'm going to do a giveaway so that on one of these live streams, we'll go ahead and as names come up, we'll make sure we can, give it equal chance to everybody. And then at the end of the live stream, I'll just draw a number out of a hat, basically, and then give it away. So, because that's a really special thing. Now, somebody here, can you please put info of the book in the chat? Terry, okay, I will write it down here.
Tap it in there.
Let's see, it's
Montana Bureau of Mines.
of Mines, special publication
115. And the evaluation techniques in there have, come from lots of different miners and different operations. My friend Robin, that updated the book the last time in 2003, was actually the head of small miners division here in Montana for the Bureau of Mines for 30 some years, 33 years, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that, but he went out to all these different operations and really tried to help guys with their recovery, why they weren't finding gold, why they were in gold and then ran out of gold, situations like that they economically got themselves in a bad corner and needed to figure out how to change it. And he also used some of those miners that were pretty big operators at the time, back in the 1980s, and had them help write the book, because some of those miners, their fathers were miners in the 30s and 40s and 50s. So those kids had grown up in that all the way into the 1980s. So there was a lot of good perspective about how they mined and why they mined the way they did, because of the knowledge that they had.
Zioxio, if the building is within walking distance of your house, if you want to email me, we may be able to exchange phone numbers, might be able to meet while we're up there in Butte. And it looks like Stephen B has actually posted the link already to that document.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for that. Because and they have some other publications up there, as well as, like here in Montana, like I say, aerial magnetics. There's some good information up there, and they've got quite the library, and they've got a lot of historical, and in their library have maps of old underground mines shared with the Bureau throughout history. So you can learn a lot. Just
Okay.
a trip to your, and most states have some level of Bureau of Mines because of coal or because of oil or because of salt, or there's, most states have some kind of mining, some kind of.
Anyhow, and by the way, I'm going to be up here in Helena for the entire summer and into the fall. So if anyone wants to meet up sometime, just email me, and we'll see what we can come up with. Out well.
There you go. Now we can see you.
Poor guys.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I think that's all for Jim's presentation today, although he's still here to answer questions if you have any. And so we can do that. And see, that's what's happening here right now. They've got some side conversations going on.
Yeah, I
too.
know. We were on there last weekend.
Well, this is
some of it was pretty good, and Chris Georgie does a great job with making some really good, bringing up some really good points.
Oh yeah, he's a smart character.
Yeah, well, and I think that really helps add to the site.
Hi, Robert. So anyhow, we'll probably just kind of degenerate into our usual bull session now. Ask any questions you want. Yes, Mr. Fang. His recommendations will be good because evaluating placer is evaluating placer in general. If it's been put down by running water, doesn't matter if it was in Arizona or Montana, it'll still be the same. There will be some differences in some areas.
The only difference would be maybe an aeolian placer where it was wind-driven placer.
Mm-hmm.
If you're up on the right mountain in the right conditions in like a small plateau with a belly in it or something where the wind drove off the sands and gravels, and you've literally got sunbakers like some areas in Australia or something, could be slightly different than most of your water-laid placer, but your water-laid placers are going to be very consistent whether you're in the Yukon, British Columbia, Alaska, or you're in Texas. If it exists, it's going to have these characteristics and similarities to a placer somewhere else.
Yaxio, we're planning to go to the Mineral Museum at Montana Tech, and planning to go to the publication room and buy that stuff too. That's why I was saying, if you wanted to meet me, you could email me, while we're there. If not, no problem. And they did have some amazingly rich placers here too. When the Europeans first came, they found some placers that had multiple ounces to the pan, right?
There was placers here that they found, the sandbars on some of these drainages. I know in one in particular, which was up by where I was mining, that was found in about 1868, I believe. Gold was $16.50 and 57 cents an ounce at the assay office to sell it. And these guys were taking $100 to a regular standard, 16-inch gold pan. I mean, so they were
6 ounces.
Yeah, they were literally scooping gold with the gold pan off the ground. I mean, that's how rich some of this stuff was. And the guys who actually staked that claim on that creek hired 24-hour guards to sit there with rifles and guard that thing as they tried to figure out how to start mining it and hire enough crew to mine it effectively. And they had 24-hour guards there for years just to watch that spot on that creek.
Yeah, Yaxio, I'm not sure exactly when and if we would be there. Probably if you send me your phone number or something like that, that'd be the easiest way to bounce back and forth and see if we could meet up sometime. but we'll be at Montana Tech, right?
Yep, that's
Yeah.
at Montana Tech.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be fun, Zioxio. And I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I presume that's not your given name.
No,
Uh,
online.
How about Bannock, Montana? Anything left there? Grasshopper Creek.
Yeah, it's deep. I've been down there and looked at it, and there definitely is some interesting country down there. And I believe if any of you watch Gold Rush and that, Dave Turin was also down there on a piece, and they dug and they had the same problem. They got, I don't know, about 30. They were able to dig with the excavator. They had about 35 feet, and they knew they were getting close to bedrock, but they could not quite get there, and it was a lot of water. But yes, those drainages all have gold. I mean, Montana has 284 drainages, I believe, that have known gold. And there's some drainages that aren't written down. I mean, there's definitely more drainages that have, creek bottoms that have gold. But the ones that were kind of known about because somebody found, let's just say, an ounce of gold, and at $16 to us, that doesn't sound very valuable. But in those days, $16 was probably a month of food. That 1 ounce of gold meant quite a bit to them.
Now, Argonaut also has a question here. It says, on Aeolian placers, where is the gold deposited?
Well, it's settled. It's not so much deposited as settled. The lighter materials of rock and it's sand and clay are blown off, and the gold is left. It's the residual. It's like running a sluice box. You're getting rid of most of your material, and the only thing you're hoping to keep in it is some mineralized, maybe black sand, and then your gold.
Well, and the Aeolian placers I'm familiar with down in the desert are usually residual from the top of
The hill.
hydraulic placers, where basically water has washed stuff off
and
on the
left.
plains.
Well,
and
that could be a residual placer though too. That if the mountain, like here in Montana, these mountains were as much as 3,000 feet higher historically, way back. Erosion and everything, frost and freezing has lowered those. And if you've got let's say you have a vein in that, and that vein degrades, that gold maybe everything washes off or moves except the gold. The gold gets left as a residual placer, which is really the lode source of the gold, but it's nuggets or fine gold.
I think they have that a lot in Australia.
And then as it starts down the hill, as it's being washed down the hill, it's a transport of the lode, becoming a transport placer and becoming a placer. And the further down you get, your placer, the way they've categorized it changes based on more you learn about it and why and where the gold actually came from. You can start to see that you've got a transport placer, you've got a lag deposit maybe where the deposit started to dump.
Yes.
And it creates the placer as the finer, rocks and gravel and debris keep washing farther down the drainage into the valley or down another river. It leaves the gold behind just because the density and weight of the gold. Your gold is 19 times heavier than the water that it's being carried in. And it's about 7 to 8 times heavier than the rock that it's with, unless it's lead. If it's a lead gold deposit, which are rare, but I do know of one here in Montana, and I believe there's some in Arizona. But if it's a lead gold deposit, a lead sulfide deposit, then you're left with the lead and some gold, which makes it really tough to run through a sluice box. You end up with a real mess in a sluice box, but it can still be recovered.
Yeah, down there in El Boludo in Sonora, Mexico, when the Europeans first came, they could pick up 7 to 10 ounces a day just walking across the desert, just picking up the nuggets.
Yeah.
The biggest nugget I heard of in recent times was around 1970. Someone got a 7.5 kilo nugget with a metal detector.
That'd make your day.
I'll tell you what, that'll
Your
make
year.
that metal detector bang.
Well, if you do, too good, you want to put the metal detector away or give it to somebody else and quit. Quit while you're ahead, because trying to outdo yourself at a certain point may not happen.
Zioxio, I would imagine if you did have a galena and gold deposit where you had the two, you could probably separate them by flotation.
Yes.
But
or smelting.
It's pretty rare. If you had a placer deposit like that, as Jim says, it's a pain in the sluice box, but it's not impossible.
No, I had a friend that had a very interesting placer for here in Montana, and we helped him with recovery. And it was a lead, almost like a limestone with lead and gold. Well, what it was actually, once we figured it out, is the drainage he was on didn't have a lot of water, but the drainage itself was the contact zone. The opposite side of the drainage was actually granite. So you had this limestone lead concentration and you had this granite on the other side of the drainage. And the placer was lead and gold. And the sluice box would load up with that lead carbonate so bad that you had to deal with the gold being carried off if you did not watch the carpets and the riffles very, very close, because it would load the sluice boxes so bad it literally rendered them useless. So he got to where he set up to where he was only running I want to say 25 to 30 yards a day with really clear water, and lowered his production, but his gold retention went way up to where he was actually doing really, really well with the gold with only running a small amount of material, once he figured out what the material was that was carrying the gold.
Okay. Chris says garnet packing can be a problem too in some areas.
And black sand, Chris. I was on one up there that we had a really, really bad time with, just magnetite and hematite. It was so dense. I mean, actually, where we were digging, you could drop a big rare earth magnet on the ground. You couldn't pick the magnet up because it's stuck to everything. I mean, it looked like a basketball, and here it is, this little round magnet.
Now, Zioxio has a funny problem. Sapphire packing was a huge issue in Yogo Gulch.
Yep.
Well, I'd hate to have that problem.
It was down at Alder Gulch, too. Alder Gulch, they actually figured out on the dredges that were running in Alder Gulch how to bag off. They were actually separating off the garnet and selling it because the U.S. military needed the garnet for sandpaper and abrasives and cutting stuff. And they did the same thing over here by Phillipsburg. There was a placer over there that they let those gold dredges run during World War II. And they were the only places in Montana they let the dredges continue to run because gold mining was rendered non-essential by the U.S. government. They didn't want labor doing gold mining. And they let them couple operations run because of the garnet. And actually, there's a guy down at Alder that they're still recovering garnet down there that are going to Union Carbide or somebody. There's actually a market for it.
Okay. Chris asks, karst surface below granite contact. I presume that's the lead gold mine he's talking about. Karst would be cavernous limestone.
It wasn't. It looked like a limestone, and what it actually was, I don't know what the chemical makeup, but it looked like a crappy limestone. But I don't think that's actually what it was. It was some other form of, change in rock.
And
it could have been karst limestone. I guess that's a possible.
Robert MacGyver asks, what about lithium deposits? Any info? I don't know anything about lithium.
Well,
do you?
From what I understand, most of the lithium that's mined around the country is really from salt deposits. They're mining some in California they're kind of at the bottom of placers in some cases, the bottom of like a dolomite, but with enough salt that the salt is where they're getting the lithium out. They're evaporating it just like they do calcium chloride or magnesium chloride, but they're able to separate the lithium. From what I understand, I mean, I haven't delved into it real deep. I hope that answered your question, but most of the lithium, from what I understand, is actually derived from the salt flats down in where they're getting magnesium chloride and calcium chloride separation.
Okay. And Zioxio agrees lithium is usually mined as a brine.
Yeah.
Has there ever been any gold found out in the crazies out by Livingston?
Not that I'm aware of, but the Snowies do have gold. The Snowies are still part of what they call the Minnesota complex of rocks. And supposedly they said nobody had ever found gold in the Snowies, but when I got to digging and delving into some history, there was some guys who come out of the Snowy Mountains over there that did have gold. And it's on one or two of them creeks or rivers up in there. Somewhere they did find gold up in there.
Okie dokie. Okay, Kevin says he's going to be looking for platinum group metals in addition. Now, those would generally be in sill type deposits, wouldn't they? Or you had a magma chamber and they just kind of settled to the bottom of it? I mean, the Stillwater complex, that's what it is,
right,
isn't it?
Right, yeah. It's a PME group metal, platinum, palladiums. And it's one of two in the United States. There is places where that basically it's going to be some kind of a VMS deposit, volcanic mineralized. What's the terminology there?
Sulfide, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know if it's actually it might be
a sill
sulfide,
deposit forms when you have a big magma chamber, and on the bottom,
it's like a furnace.
The things
smelting furnace
that crystallize first, and platinum melts at like 3,000 degrees, so it crystallizes quick. They just literally settle to the bottom like dust on a windowsill. And that's where they get the term. I think the chromium minerals have a tendency to do that too. Chromite tends to do the same thing.
Yep.
Have you seen any platinum in any of the plasters you've looked at around here?
Not in any plasters. I haven't. I've seen placer nuggets that were taken in Alaska. We've had some palladium minerals in some of our copper projects that we're working on, but not actual straight out palladium.
Chris Georgie, VMS, about volcanogenic massive sulfides.
Okay. All right, Chris. Thank you, Chris, for that. I mean, I knew that. My head, there's a lot of things going on in there.
I wasn't listening. Otherwise, I could have told you that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You went looking for rare earths. I mean, there is guys out there doing that, and we are also going back in a lot of old mines and testing for rare earths because they were never tested for that. The guys were looking for gold, or they were looking for silver, or they were looking for copper, but they never went back and tested, or they weren't testing for a lot of different things that exist here. Tungsten is a big one here in this area. A lot of tungsten that's recoverable nowadays, especially with flotation. Trying to think of what else we've got here that we've been working on.
Now,
I mean, I'm working on a copper project currently that is kind of my time frame here is gold and copper.
Now, Chris also said, look just west of greenstone and serpentine belts, and you'll often find placer platinum.
Well, in a greenstone serpentine belt, as far as here in Montana, I'm sure there is some. I have never seen one, but you're talking like the Duluth complex up in Minnesota, Michigan, maybe part of Wisconsin. That type of greenstone belt and serpentine which they did find gold. Virginia, Minnesota, Tower, Minnesota had gold. Years ago, there was gold mines all the way from there, all the way up into Ontario, Canada. That some of that, which some of it now is covered by the Boundary Waters Canoe Area, so it's off limits.
That figures.
And that's part of why I think they're trying to open some of that mining in Minnesota up there north of the Iron Ranges because of the rare earths. Part of it's copper and gold, but part of it's the rare earth element because our country needs rare earth, and we have no sources because nobody's been looking for it.
I think they're reopening the Mountain Pass mine,
California,
just south of
they are.
Vegas.
They're trying to get the permits in place right now to get back into production.
Yeah,
and that was because Trump signed a military executive order to go ahead with some of this mining. I mean, he, as a president, what he did for us for mining was fabulous. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen next, but
I'm kind of a lot worried, but overall,
well,
we'll find out.
I've got 10 years invested in what I'm doing.
Well,
I want to quit now. I'm too old to start over.
I think we're in for some interesting times, but we can't discuss it.
No,
we risk getting censored,
Yeah,
which is an indication.
We won't
of the
be here next
interesting
Sunday
times.
because of that.
Yeah. Let's see. I think they actually forced the Chinese to sell that, Chris. I'm not sure if they did or not, but I know
There
they were
was something
looking to-
about that because of the Chinese didn't want to sell us certain rare earth elements, and there was a lot of pushback from that mine in California.
Okay, so Ragnar says he's aware of an alleged cinnabar mine that has white quartz stringers with small vugs of gold in it. Ideas on extraction. Well, Ragnar, what country is this in? I believe you're in the United States.
See, like here in Montana, you wouldn't even want to bring up the fact you had the cinnabar for fear of the DEQ would not be happy unless if you could actually contain the ore within the mine and process it within the mine, there's a possibility that it would be mineable, or you could find a source for the
Ragnar
cinnabar,
says,
basically. I mean, there's some words there that I don't really like to use either.
Ragnar says it's in Nevada, which is not the worst state.
Pro mining. You're in a pro mining state.
I would first of all be very careful and have some analyses done quietly to ascertain the concentrations of the various non-gold elements there.
Yeah, because you've kind of got a health issue just working with it, the dust of it.
Yeah.
If you're in there mining it per se. So you do want to, I would say on that, you definitely want to do some homework.
Yeah.
And not to say it can't be mined, it very well could be, but it's gonna have to be done correctly.
Yeah. And Zeoxia says lots of Nevada gold deposits with cinnabar and orpiment and realgar. So
yeah,
cinnabar and arsenic.
Yeah,
what could possibly go wrong?
Those two things, to tell y'all, are two things that really help precipitate a lot of gold.
Yep.
Arsenic and cinnabar, and mercury to some of you. Those two things helped. Those were part of the chemical makeup of why that gold is there.
Yep.
And it's a natural process that the earth created, but our environmental laws nowadays and how crazy we've gotten here in this country, especially because we're probably one of the worst countries for being able to access those minerals or elements.
Yeah.
And until you can show them that you can do it correctly and not have some kind of far past impact, you got to approach some of those very, very carefully so that you're planning out how it's going to happen and what you're going to do.
And well, the other thing is if you have an old mine, sometimes you can arrange to do an environmental cleanup along with an extraction.
That's true. That eventually the mine, you're doing the reclamation of the mine at the same time you're finishing out the mining and containing it, And there's some truth in that. There might even be money available to do that. But you're going to need a mine engineer, and you're going to need a good geologist that you can work with, because you have to do the geophysics, and you have to understand what you're dealing with and how you're going to contain it.
Well, the hydrology too. Yeah.
Yeah. You need, if you can do that and show that you have a plan and it's going to work, there's a good chance, yes, you're going to be able to mine it. And maybe, very economically and make a lot of money.
Yeah, and as I say, it's one of those things that's crazy enough. If it was the right situation and you presented it the right way, they might pay you to clean up the environment.
Well, and there's some truth to that, and I got a lot of stories I could go into that I probably guess I don't really want them on video out here, but no, there's some guys who have figured out how to do some things that's almost exactly what they're doing, though. They're actually, by mining and doing what they're doing, it's actually a benefit to the old workings and what happened 100 years ago. And they try to keep it somewhat quiet because the antis don't care. They want no mining. They want no extraction of anything. And these guys are really doing it state of the art, the best that they can possibly do. And the water they're turning out of some of these mines is cleaner than anything in the whole damn environment already. It's really interesting what science in the last 30 or 40 years has done for mining, that all anybody remembers is what happened 100 years ago. They don't look at the technology and science we have today.
Well, I suspect a lot of these environments don't care.
Well, they don't, because they don't want it.
Yeah,
it's just a no. It's, and unfortunately our kids aren't educated, our younger people, that mining even exists, or that there's a chance, not only to make money, but there's a lot of good jobs that you can offer people within that realm of, finding and bringing out a resource.
Hello, down east. Got a question here. Gene asked, did the Raidersburg refiner ever get open? It wasn't a refiner, it was a mill. And as far as I know, it's not quite open
No,
yet,
no. They were going to call me as soon as that they were kind of doing some production actually down there. Whether they're going to accept outside ore, though, they weren't sure yet. They have some of their own stuff they were going to try to run first.
Yep.
But they would be the only operating mill, private mill around if they can get operational.
Okay. Got your email, Zeoxio. Just a second. We can keep this stream going.
Okay.
You won't be able to see it here, but
okay, that's fine. Just
actually, I need to.
We'll try to, hopefully you're getting some.
Keep talking. Oh yeah.
Gleaning information out of what I came here to do, and if we can help you guys with your placer or Keith and the Hard Rock, think of those questions throughout the week or whatever and fire them off to Keith. And, maybe we can do some serious stuff later on or be able to help you. The more people mining, the better it is for every one of us miners. And, if you're going out on the weekend even and finding a little bit of gold, you know what? Good for you, because it's a whole lot better than sitting on the couch. You're out doing something.
Keep going.
And, you expand, you're expanding your horizon. And really, the more you get into it and the more you learn about it, the more fun and the more successful you're going to be, which is all any of us can ask for, to love what you're doing and to be able to say, you know what, I actually found a gold nugget today, or we had a nice pan of gold. We cleaned up the sluice box and we actually have some gold today. It's, that's a pretty high point in your life to look at a sluice box and actually see some gold. That's like, wow, the Lord left that for us here.
Oh, let's see. I'm just responding to this. Keep talking. Okay. You got the show, man.
I do, huh?
You got the show.
Trying to, kind of jump through. In the future, I would like to kind of do one, I guess, on sampling and sampling tools and things. If people are still interested in, what we're doing. Like I said earlier, don't go out and buy a bunch of equipment until you actually go figure out and how to find some gold. Spending money that later on you're going to regret spending or trading it for, half the value of what you put into it isn't a good success plan. Your gold pan and a shovel and a pickaxe and maybe even a little gold bug 2 metal detector those are some tools right there that you can afford, and they're going to help you find that gold. And once you've found it, then you can start to delineate, is there a commercial value here, or is there enough that my kids and the grandkids and everybody every weekend can do this for the next 20 years? But first you got to find it. And that's what we've went over here tonight. Historical, get on the ground and look at the drainages. Go walk some of the drainages around that drainage. What other drainages or valleys had gold? Why? Can you find and locate the hard rock mines? And when you're mapping and looking at maps and putting all this stuff on there, sometimes a pattern will show up that all of these old mines are all in a row across this hilltop, and all of the drainages leaving those mines all had gold. You'll start to see patterns of why the gold is where, historically it was found.
Okay. Benjamin has a question. What's the largest piece of placer gold you have found?
A little bigger than a golf ball.
Do you have a weight on that?
Yeah, it was about 1.25 ounces.
That's not bad.
No.
It must have been a very rough golf ball.
It was very rough. Oh yeah, it was very rough. It was more pitted than a golf ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we were close to source, and we got in, we had been mining for a couple of years on this piece of ground, and we started hitting some pockets that were very impressive. And we were doing, roughly 25 yards an hour in our plant, trying to push through like 150 yards a day. 2 guys, myself and a guy working for me, run an excavator. And we started hitting days where we had tens of multiples of ounces of gold every day. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing like it. When you realize that, we've worked this hard to get here, and here we are, and we, honest to God, are finding what we're looking for. There's no feeling like that. I mean, I've jumped out of airplanes. I've rode bucking horses. I've done a lot of fun things in my life, but to walk over to that sluice box and pick up the mat and look at it and go, whoa, you just stand there. You're just totally mystified. And I don't have gold fever. I don't care. I think for me, the fun of hunting it and being able to say it should be right here, and we dig a hole and we run a test and it's there. To me, that hunt part is way much more fun than just doing the day-to-day operations of washing gravel and breaking equipment and fixing equipment and breaking equipment. It's the fun really is the hunt. And a lot of guys who are good at metal detecting and they've found gold, they'll tell you the same thing. The hunt is, the chase is a big part of the adventure.
Okay, got a couple other questions here. First of all, Mr. Fang wanted to know if you could explain a little bit more how you use the metal detector in your exploration process. How does that fit in?
Well, if I'm doing a placer, I'm going to start with the old means of looking at the ground, and I'm going to dig a hole first. I'm going to dig a hole down to bedrock, and then I'm going to use a gold pan, and I'm going to use my metal detector, and I do carry a pinpointer as well that I'll run, up and down the sides with a pinpointer metal detector. And I'm not so much looking for the gold that's on the surface unless I'm in an area above old mine workings where it was never mined, or I'm on a hillside that I would say this hillside had gold, and I'm looking for what you'd call a lag deposit, or basically an in-place developed lode that the gold, the sand and gravel washed off the hill, but the gold is still laying up there. Then I would run a metal detector through the brush and along, trying to see if I can find some of those nuggets that are laying right there within, 6 inches of the surface of the ground. And we've had some success with that. We found little pockets. You go up a drainage and it's pretty steep and rocky, and they had a hard time mining it. And then you find an area that's fairly flat, and then the drainage takes off back up the mountain farther yet. That leg in there could be some big gold laying there, and it still could be 6 feet deep or something. But with a gold bug 2 or something, maybe you have 12 inches of depth, unless it's a 2-ounce nugget. But I've seen some guys above me on one place I was mining. That's all they did. Metal detected that bench up in there where it would have lagged a little bit, and they had taken over 100 1-ounce nuggets out of a spot, and nobody would have ever even looked there had it not been for just taking the chance. Walk the drainage, look at it, and try to imagine where would the gold have hung up.
Okay, Jeff was asking if you had an area that had been hydraulic mined in the past, where would you look for gold there?
Well, there's a couple things there, Jeff. If it was hydraulic mined, there's a good chance there's still a lot of fine gold in the old tailings, which are going to be like beach sand. It's going to be a lot of fines. Maybe the biggest rocks you're going to see in those tailings are probably going to be 3/4, maybe 1 inch, but from there down, all smaller. Those tailings, if you were to set up a high banker and work those tailings and do some tests, you might be surprised how much, because in those days, they mainly went for the coarse, heavy gold that they could easily settle. And they didn't clean their sluice boxes up, in a lot of cases, maybe once every couple weeks. So they were throwing back, for instance, let's just say they were throwing 20% of the gold that they were trying to recover back down into the tailings. So I would be looking at tailings impoundments where they dammed up the drainage and filled them full of sand and gravel. I would be looking at the head of it where they quit hydraulicking, because any nuggets that fell down the face of that hillside probably are within 10 feet of the face or 20 feet of the face of the bottom of that hill, because they never had time to wash that material all down into their boxes. So that would be the second place I would look. And I would also work the side drainages, along the sides of the drainage going up, because they may have left virgin material that they basically drew a straight line and said, take up to here. And any of that side bank still could have valuable gravel in it, depending on how the placer was laid down. So you could have some virgin gravel over there on the left side of the drainage that if you started working with a metal detector or a high banker, you could start to recover exactly the same gold that them guys recovered. It's still there.
Chris suggests that old sluice tunnels under the logs and timbers can be incredibly rich.
Incredibly rich, but usually, in some of those, they ran the sluice boxes right in the tunnels underneath. Basically, what they did is the canyon or valley looked like your bathtub, and they mined in under it, which is the plumbing. And when they popped up into the bathtub, they flushed the whole valley down the drain, and in the pipe, which is the tunnel, they ran their sluice boxes. So when they caved the whole valley in and drained it out the bottom, it all ran through their tunnel. And in most cases, those tunnels were basically giant sluice boxes within the tunnel. Not to say that they didn't lose gold. I mean, you can run a modern day operation and you still lose gold. But in some cases, they were pretty thorough. They were pretty good. I would be looking more at the tailings that shot out the other end of the tunnel down there for fine gold that may have ran as high as 50% of what they were mining, and their recovery was 50%. They threw half of it back for you. It's still there.
And I think it was Zioxio said, have you ever prospected around the Boulder batholith? I presume that's by Boulder.
Well, we're in it right here, Keith.
Okay.
That's what this is right here behind the motel here.
Okay.
Yes, most of my mines are within the perimeters of the batholith where I'm at here. That's mainly what I'm looking for is granite to limestone. The country rock is limestone here for the most part. And I'm looking for intrusive, which is the granite boulder batholith, is basically the big plumes of granite that came up from give or take 2 to 5 miles in the earth surface. They came to the surface like magma in a volcano. In this case, it was more veined. We didn't have the actual volcano, but that came up, and that was the mineralization that came up in that granite. And the mineral, it was so hot, the mineralization pushed away from the hot granite or the magma and hung up where the pH changed against the limestone. So it went from an acid, it changed the acid more to a base, and it also cooled faster. So you've got a temperature inversion here too, where when those minerals left, which are copper, gold, silver, when all of those minerals migrated away from that hot granite, in most cases, they went to what's called a contact zone and started to precipitate out against that limestone. The quartz in itself was really a fluid conduit. Basically, your white quartz was literally at one point a fluid. And what you look for in that is traps where the gold it may have went up and it got trapped off to the side, and then that whole structure cooled, and now you got that pocket of gold, like mother lode stuff, 13-to-1 mine. That's a lot of what they got in California.
It was 16-to-1.
Or 16-to-1, I guess, excuse me, 16-to-1. And here too, you've got mines that have quartz, a nice quartz vein in them, that you've got gold on one side or the other, or all through the quartz.
Now, Zioxio said something that I'm afraid to say out loud because Eva will hear it. The boulder batholith is where I find amethyst pegmatites with crystals up to the size of a small child.
Uh-oh.
Where? I want them. I want them. I want
Uh-oh. She likes crystals.
Oh, yes, she does.
them. That's the only kind of mine I want.
And Zioxia, let me ask this one first, Chris. Have you found any migmatite showing up at the edges of the over by those contacts? I'm not sure what migmatite is.
I've got a lot of magnetite. I got a lot of hematite. And migmatite, I'm not sure what the definition of that is. We'll look it up here quick.
IGMA.
You'll have garnet intrusive here. You'll have olivine.
Mixture of
Calcites,
metamorphic
a lot
rock
of calcite.
and igneous rock. It's created when a metamorphic rock such as gneiss partially melts.
We've got the gneiss.
So there's where it's looking like there.
Usually that is something you're going to find probably not so much at surface, but underground.
Okay.
I would say, because you get a lot better view of the rock, when you get down into fresh rock.
Okay. And Zioxio was saying he meant the main batholith between around Butte and Homestake Pass.
Well,
I want to find amethyst.
Well, exactly. We're only straight north of that part of the batholith by, as the crow flies, let's just say 50, 60 miles. Mm-hmm. We're still in that same batholith system. That goes all the way up here to just north of where some of my mines are. Then we're on the edge of the batholith. But Butte or Helena here is on the edge of the batholith, which there's some also outer plutons of that batholith that are smaller. That actually, there's ground in between that doesn't show the batholith, but we are part of that same complex right here. Our mineralization right here in Helena is very, very similar to Butte.
I want crystals.
By Helena, Pete Knudsen has a cool skarn deposit with blue spinel crystals. It's hard to get permission to collect there, though. You know a guy named Pete Knudsen?
Nope, I don't know him.
Okay.
There's some miners in the country here yet, though. There's a few people who know something.
Anyhow, let's see. Don't see any other specific ones need addressing. Hi, Rick. How's it going? Think you just got here. Rick, this is Jim. He's
Yeah.
a experienced miner here. Been working in Montana for 10 years. Got some interesting knowledge about the situation. I got a wide knowledge and deep knowledge. So we're having him, help out. We'll probably have him here multiple times before it's all over. And Zaxo says Pete Knudsen is a big name professor at Montana Tech.
Yeah.
And Robert MacGyver says Eva Deer Hill. I'm not sure what that means.
Deer Hill. Where's Deer Hill? Want to go?
Oh, I bet you I know what it is. He says the 4th of July pocket. I'm guessing that's at Deer Hill, and I bet you that has amethyst.
Could very well be.
That's my guess. Is that true, Robert?
I want crystals.
We also got to go to the Ringing Rocks down there.
Oh, yeah.
Never been there, but that should be cool.
On the feed, tell
He
these
says
boys
it's
they're
in
gonna
Maine. You're
Oh,
out
it's
of.
in
You're
Maine.
screwed. It's in Maine.
It's Maine.
Oh
take
dear,
me. All
dear.
y'all on the feed got to tell these two dudes they got to find me crystals.
Well, we'll see what we can learn on that. There's probably somebody who knows that at the Bureau of Mines.
You think Jim should do a series of completely new area for prospecting? You show how you did research, collect the area. Okay, so what Mr. Fang would like us to do is do a whole series of
pick an area
videos from
and
start
try
to
to
stop,
finish.
basically. Yeah. That may take several years.
It would take us at least, probably from now till next winter. I mean, if we, some of it we could just pick something that I already have some knowledge on, and that way we have some information, historically to show where it came from, whatever. Because even on the internet, I glean information by doing historic newspapers. You can, some of these old newspapers now are available through, colleges and things like that, that you can actually, pick an area you're looking at and then start gleaning for newspapers that existed in these, towns between, let's just say 1860 and 1900. And some of these towns don't even exist anymore. There may be one building left or something. But if they had a newspaper, there's a good chance that copies of those got put into a historical society or a college somewhere, and you're able to get that stuff, some of it online, and you can find out some really, really cool history sometimes about, an area that, and some of the families in these areas, some of these families are actually still on these same ranches, 140, 150 years later. It's kind of interesting. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, Jimmy has a question. How is working with the BLM doing placer here in Montana? Jimmy's another miner around here, and he just wants to get an idea. Is BLM easy to work with?
BLM is really good to work with. Montana Department of Environmental, DEQ, has been pretty good to work with. Ideally, it's a lot easier if you're on a private placer, private land, than it is on BLM by itself as just a claim. But BLM's not bad. When you put Forest Service into the mix, it's a whole different bunch of categories. And I deal with Forest Service right now. I mean, we got some things we're working on and permitting, but it's the structure, the things that they're asking for and we have to do and pay for are, you couldn't dream it up. It's like throwing hula hoops at you, just one right after the next.
Okay, and Ragnar wants to know, are either of you familiar with the Spore Mountain area in Utah? He spelled S-P-O-R. It may be Spur. It's just misspelled. Do not know.
I'm not real familiar with Utah. I know the northern part of Utah there does have some good gold placers and good hard rock mining.
Yeah, Fang, I've been trying to do basically taking everything from preliminary look at an old mine all the way up to a production process. But first I have to get the right old mine.
Right. Yep.
And so
And that's
we'll see. I mean, that's part of the problem. It's not something that you can just do. You know, it's not like I'm going to go to the grocery store and I'm going to buy this, and it's just a matter of exerting the effort and accomplishing. It's like I'm going to go to the casino and make $500 on the slot machines in one day. Now,
you
might
can
do that.
You might work,
but it's not likely to happen
bet on
the
it.
first time.
No.
And so that creates a problem in terms of if you're going to try and make a how-to video, it becomes a little difficult to get all the steps in. I think we're in Ryan's mind down there in Arizona or Montana, be up here, we have a reasonable chance at this point. But in terms of even accomplishing that after all the work I've done, I don't know yet.
Right.
But my exploration technique is actually quite simple. You get reasonably knowledgeable at this business, then you start a YouTube channel and you start giving advice, and then people come to you and say, hey, could you look at my mine? Now, this is actually a prospecting technique, and it's been working quite well for me.
It's
and so that's one reason why you have people like Chris and Jim here who are much more familiar with researching the records and doing it that way, because I've done it an entirely different way. And it may sound funny, but this is part of my prospecting technique.
The education in this industry is a lot. I mean, if you really want to learn about it, you'll never quit learning until they bury you. I mean, there's no end to the learning.
You examine it from the other side.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's no end to the learning here. Because the minute, even on a placer, that everything is going good, you know, our production's going good, we're getting gold and everything's looking good, and all of a sudden the gold quits. And it's just because of how it was laid down, but there's that moments of panic in there that you start questioning your very existence. Why am I here? Well, because it doesn't, you know, no gold doesn't pay the diesel fuel bill at the end of the week. So you have to find those balances and try to make it, you know, you want it economic, you want it to work, and you want to make money doing it.
Yeah. Well, another thing too, Mr. Fang, is especially if I respawn onto another platform, off of YouTube, I intend to go through all my videos, which is almost 200 at this point, and try and start out with a series in a logical sequence, so that unlike, I don't know, it's 5, 6, 7 years ago I started this, where I didn't have nearly as much information to organize, so that I could actually have a fairly organized set of videos
Library
to show people the various steps in a more systematic manner, instead of more of the scattershot method I've had to do just because that's the way reality goes. And I think that would make it a lot easier for a novice to inform themselves. The way it is right now, by necessity, I'm going to be making, 15, 20-minute videos is about my max, which means I got to focus on one subject or one situation, one weekend, one visit to a mine, one whatever. And that makes it very, tunnel vision. To see the big picture, you got to string a bunch of those together. And hopefully I can do that, maybe in the next few months. As I say, we're looking at respawning on a different platform for a number of reasons, not the least of which is it can't hurt to be in multiple places at once when the situation is so weird, where the president of the United States gets banned. I'm nowhere near that popular. So I have no idea what is going to happen, but that's one advantage of spawning to a new platform, Another one is if the other big names haven't spawned to a new platform yet, I'll become number one. I'll have that initial exposure, which, could make that grow big. Quite frankly, I'm pretty busy as it is right now. I'm not the kind of person that wants to make my living off of YouTube, making videos and getting Patreons and things like that. I like making videos. I appreciate my Patreons, but I want to mine. That's my gig.
That's my thing too.
And therefore, this is kind of a sideline and a prospecting tool, and it's nice to help people.
Well, I've always been open to help. If somebody came with a question or something, even up to one of my mines, I was always open to, showing them what I was doing and why. And if I could help them at their mine, I've been to a lot of mines. If I could help them, I was more than willing to do that also. Sometimes it's a matter of talking through a problem and finding a solution. And there you go. They can fix it. What was
that? Little one.
Well,
Terry Curry wants to hear you do some math. I think we're glad we don't have a video camera on
do
him.
some math.
The other day when
Bear, if you want to write down a quick perfect trinomial square, I can tell you what the points will land on a Cartesian plane. Just write me down an x squared plus y plus z.
Okay, 2x
and make it one that divides well.
plus.
Well, that'd be cheating.
Oh, that would be pretty easy if I did that.
No, make it
That'd
x
be
squared.
cheating.
2x squared plus 8x.
Make it x squared.
X squared?
Yeah.
Oh, that's plus 8x minus. What do you want me to put there? 12? You want 12 there?
Yeah, 16.
16. You're going to make it easy. Equals 0.
Okay.
You ready for this? Eva, with the equation x squared plus 8x minus 16 equals 0, what the x-intercepts or the y-intercepts or what?
The x-intercepts.
The x-intercepts.
Well, first of all, it would be x minus 4 squared. So your parabola would land with a single point at 4 on the x.
Okay.
Okay?
Are you happy,
So
Terry?
we got a single origin point, dude.
He says you're awesome.
Yes, the roots of the equation. That's correct, Chris.
I feel like a pimp. How about a partial differential equation? I don't think she can do that. She had to drop out of school early
Well,
because of
if Bear
external
writes one
circumstances.
down,
I don't know how
I've
to
never
do a part.
seen one before.
I don't do differentials.
Just because I've never seen a partial differential equation doesn't mean I couldn't do one.
Okay, so guess what, Zeoxid? Now you have to write down a partial differential equation and say what she's supposed to be solving it for.
Yeah, since I have no idea what the fuck a differential equation is in the first place. Excuse my language. Isn't that calculus? Wait a minute. Isn't that cool shit?
Yeah, it's calculus.
Okay, I know something about that. I once accidentally derived Pascal's triangle, by the way.
By the way, Mr. Fang, basically all the preliminary stuff, the maps, the research, this, that, and the other, get you to where you can actually find something to sample. And I can pretty much take it from the sampling all the way to the point where we got interesting ore bodies at this point. But
I want to talk to Zeoxio for a minute when you're done.
it's calculus. It's calculus 4. Oh dear, I don't think she
So
can
it's
do
a
that.
little bit higher than accidentally deriving Pascal's triangle? When
I
you didn't even
presume-
know what it was?
I think you not fun? No, I think Chris says they are fun. Yeah.
Excuse me. If it's higher math, it's definitely fun. That's why I keep trying to learn it.
Thank you,
Higher
Benjamin.
math is cool.
Yeah, we try and expand the knowledge base as much as we can.
No, I do math in my head. I actually like to do
Terry
math.
says this is like the cartoons at the music at the movies. I haven't seen Zioxio type anything at the moment, so I think he's doing it.
Well, I don't know if you could actually put a differential equation, partial or otherwise, in a chat comment. There may be symbols involved there that don't do chat.
Could be. Chris says PDEs are beyond your ODEs, so you're like 3 to 4 classes past calculus. Yeah, Zioxio agrees. I'm having a hard time finding one that I can actually type. Yeah, like the sigma and all that other
Exactly. Differential equations don't speak chat. Sorry.
Yeah, not meant for this.
No, Jeff.
Can
I
you
guess
translate it into emojis? It may do emojis.
Oh my gosh.
I can read emojis.
So anyhow, here's Jim again. He just took a short break.
Yeah.
This is the nice thing with Jim and me. We can take breaks and
No,
no break in the live stream.
Yes, I do.
I mean,
math in my head.
think about some questions, people, that, if there's something you want to know or help with, because we want to see you go out and find some gold. It's, a lot of fun.
Oh, they like to talk about other stuff.
I know. And we can talk about other things, I guess.
Well, as long as we use diplomatic language when we're talking about
Yeah,
some things,
yeah, I
like
know.
what's going
Yeah.
on the stock market.
I've been trying to avoid those subjects.
Yeah.
Just wait and watch, see what's happening. In the future, we will try to, get into, understanding, a bigger system, identifying equipment that won't work versus will. Go into permitting on mines and some of that. Keith and I have talked about that, permitting and reclamation bonding and that, if it would help anybody. Trying to, scale it for economy, whether it's a, high banker and 2 guys shoveling, or it's an operation of 2 guys and excavators and, or 15 guys, I'm sure some of you have watched Gold Rush. We're doing the similar thing on a smaller scale in my operation.
Yours is actually closed down now and reclaimed, right?
Yeah, we just finished and reclaimed some ground and are looking at some other, possible projects here. And then in the meantime, I'm working on some hard rock prospects, doing testing and mapping and the geoscience parts of it and permitting.
Keep talking. I'm going to.
We can try to, get into some of that in the future here that, Keith and I can, bring you into that process of what it takes. That, okay, now you've found something. Now what's it going to take to go to, the step 2 and step 3 and step 4? Because there's a lot involved that people don't realize. They know it takes a long time to actually open an economical mine, but they don't know why. So if we can educate you on parts of those procedures, we sure, could do that.
Yeah, I'm going to have some fun. Let's see. Okay. I suspect that's spam there. Okay, here's a picture for Eva. See, here's a guy showing you his stones while you're lounging on the bed.
That's big enough. That's a pet.
Oh, I want that.
That's beautiful.
She wants another guy's stone.
Yeah. Okay.
Bear, I'm sorry, but I'll tell you, that is one massive stone right there. That is. Ooh, wow.
Hey, that's
Second
pretty.
order partial differential equations sound cool.
Yes, Zioxio. This live stream is getting totally out of control.
I want him to show us where to find those. I want those.
West of Butte. Huh? Wow. That was a nice find there.
Now, my lovely
Yeah.
wife is going to lay back on the bed and solve equations.
No, I'm laying back on the bed and reading about second order partial differential equations.
Let's see. Terry, he's been very accommodating. He says, I would like to hear your thoughts on using a 3-inch soil core sampler instead of digging.
You could do that. A post hole digger, if you don't hit giant granite boulders.
Well, he says a
That's,
3-inch core sampler. Typically,
Yeah, right.
a core sampler, you'd have to punch it in so the gravels
right.
would kind of make that hard to do.
And sometimes it's sticky enough that you can do that.
Well, I'm worried more about the gravel stopping.
Honestly, sampling, the bigger the sample, and I don't know as far as hard rock, I think Keith would agree. Sampling, when you actually are going to sample to try to figure out, is this, let's just say $25 a yard gravel. The bigger the sample that you can run for your tests, the more accurate you get representation of the different gold particle sizes in it and the amount of gold within it. So what I like to do is when we get to testing a property, I like to dig a hole, and maybe the first 10 feet of ground, I'll take a 10-yard sample and take that to the wash plant and mark it as sample A. And then I'll take sample A1 will be the next 10 feet of depth, and I'll take 10 yards of that, and that's sample A1, and we'll go till we hit bedrock. And then we'll also channel sample at least the bottom couple feet off coming above bedrock again with some smaller samples just to see that what kind of gold are we looking at. But ideally the bigger the sample, the more representative it'll be of the area that you're digging in to truly say, yeah, this is going to be worth digging.
I think Terry was saying, I think he said a 3-foot core sampler. So you'd be actually looking more like a big, like a telephone pole hole digger thing.
And the only thing you have,
maybe
if you use
3 foot long.
Well, and if you use an auger system, you have the problem of smear. And if there's gold in the sample, it can smear into the sides of the hole. So ideally, a core sampler is usually straight in, and your casing or your outside will contain that division of pushing that gold into the sidewalls. They do use auger flighting in a lot of instances, and with a casing. And if they're running a casing with it, it's not such a bad thing. But you also, by drilling it, in most cases, you can't identify.
He has to show us at Mexico
exactly where those changes are. Only an excavation will show you where the changes in grades are within the horizons of the rock and sand and gravel and P-rock and clay. And excavation is the ultimate way to go. Even if you have to cut across the whole drainage with a trench, you can visually see the changes in the horizons of the soil profiles or the gravel profiles. So, and that's way more informative and way better sampling, because then you can sample, if you've got a 3-inch run of pea gravel, you can sample just that 3 inches. I mean, to start out to find bedrock, driving a steel rod could at least maybe say, okay, bedrock is only 4 feet down. We can dig that. But ideally sampling, being able to visually see the horizons and the changes in the layers of how the placer was laid down, and then getting a good enough sample that's representative of that rock or gravels and gold, that you don't get what they call nugget effect in your sample. Because if I go over here and I dig a hole and I come up and I do a pan and I got this sample and I have a 3/4 ounce nugget. Was that a fluke that I just happened to dig in the right spot right now? So basically that sample, as far as I'm concerned, from a perspective of a miner, that 3/4 ounce nugget and that sample mean nothing. I keep the nugget, but I throw the sample over my shoulder, and now I got to go dig another hole or dig off to the side of that hole to see if that's representative of what I just landed on. I mean, if I do it a second time and I got another 3/4 ounce nugget, I'm going to be yelling yippee yahoo because, all right, I found this is serious now. But the one time, the one off, you got to throw that sample out. You can't use that to evaluate that situation for its value. If I represented all that yardage with 3/4 ounce nuggets all over in it, it would be, tens of thousands of dollars a yard. And that would be completely unheard of. So as far as a sampling for economics, you have to be careful that you don't end up with a nugget effect. Or you take the nugget out of the sample, and if all the rest of the gold in the sample has economic value, the nugget's just frosting on top of the cake. That just adds to the fact that everything else is economic, so that this could very well be rich. But you got to be careful in the sampling in that case, because you don't want to lie to yourself, because by doing so, and that can happen in the hard rock with Keith too. I mean, if you're only cherry picking the perfect ore, and that's what you're calling your mine, you can bury yourself, because you could go out and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars building a processing system and find out that the only ore in that whole mine was right that one spot you just took that sample from. That was the richest stuff in there. And you don't want to base a mine or a whole operation and buying new equipment on that one little spot. So you don't want to lie to yourself. You want really accurate numbers and reality.
Okay, I'm going to break in here just a minute here.
Go ahead.
Robert MacGyver, I can answer your quest. No, cyanide leaching is not legal in Montana.
No. One of the few places in the world it isn't.
And
Yeah, we need to fix that.
another quick answer, uranium will not show up on a metal detector because it will not be metallic form unless somebody has done some bad things.
Yeah.
Natural uranium is always in chemical combination.
Geiger counter.
And Eva has a quick update on the silver markets right now.
Yeah, AppMex, one of the biggest.
Come over here. Come over here.
AppMex, one of the biggest websites out there other than COMEX, has halted silver sales online temporarily. They don't know when they're starting them again because they've got 150 million assets on site, but they can't get a hold of more for love nor money, though they have taken several positions. They said we can expect premiums to rise dramatically over the next several days to a week, and
this is going to be.
This is unprecedented in their experience. It was unprecedented enough that they had to email all their customers. They said in the last week alone, the number of sales have quadrupled online. The quantities people have bought has also massively increased in typical sales, and their customer base has gone through the roof. So, yeah, if you can find physical silver anywhere, get it. Now, one thing a few people have had luck with, surprisingly enough, is buying bags of coins from casinos and buying bags of coins from banks.
Sorting
them and finding the junk silver in there.
Not too much of those nowadays.
War nickels are being found.
That's
Okay. Let's see. Somebody was asking about sampling placer. We're going to go into that probably next week.
I think so. I mean, it's Keith's show. He has to decide what we're doing. But
well, if he's available and I'm available, that would be a good
thing. We could go into sampling techniques and the concepts, so that you're not cheating yourself. I mean, if you're going to, invest money into equipment, bigger equipment, or you definitely want to figure out the economics and how to lay that out so that your sampling is accurate, it's protected. Nobody can seed it or, throw some gold in there and say, oh, yeah, well, look at this sample. One sample doesn't represent a mine. one piece of gold doesn't make it a mine.
Yep. Okay, let's see. I think it was Jimmy wants to know how you get the gold out of your concentrates. What do you think are the best ways?
Well, I have tried a lot of different stuff. And we finally settled on, we were taking and cleaning our sluice boxes, creating our concentrates with a smaller trommel, and then taking the concentrates again at that point, which we are reconstituting concentrates, and we were putting them over an RP4 gold table. Originally, I started with gold wheels and some things like that, small sluices, and it just created more and more work, and it got more, some of that stuff, especially with the magnetite we were dealing with, we were running some of those concentrates 3 and 4 times and still getting gold out of some of that, really fine gold. And it was so frustrating and so time consuming that economically it's like, I got to find a better way. So I went to an RP4 table, and after our second concentration in our small trommels, we'd go to the RP4 table. However, last summer on a different job site for a friend of mine, we went to a gold cube instead of an RP4 table because of the convenience of a gold cube. And we went with the good one with the little trommel on top. It's got a little, 6-inch, 7-inch trommel on top of it. Yep. And then it's got extra pans in the stack. And that I was very, very impressed with the ease of cleaning up the concentrates coming off the sluice boxes, and the efficiency, because I was making sure they were dumping into a big water tank that we were containing the tailings to run again later. But I was also testing consistently on those tailings. And I was really, really impressed with how well that gold cube was picking that gold up in the first pass. I was just totally blown away at how efficient, because it's such a simple system. A car battery and a good water source, and wow, it did a fantastic job. And so the gold cube is something I would recommend to even somebody just poking with some, finer placer gravels. If they were screening down their gravel, that gold cube with that little trommel on top, I was very, very impressed with the quality.
I've seen a gold cube do dredge concentrates from the Middle Fork of the Boise, where the gold is so flaky that as you're panning your black sands, you can see it running out on you.
It'll skate, yeah.
And it did a fantastic job there. I've tried it on hard rock gold, not so much.
Well, no, because you get too fine, and
yep.
There's a lot of things that calculate into that hard rock gold, powdered rock. Yeah. Although, I've done even some powdered rock on the RP4 table, and like you say, you might get some of it, but that's not the answer to getting the gold out of that in that environment.
Yep.
You can pan the tailings there, and you got just as much gold yet that made it off the table.
Yep. Okay, Poker Face had a question I can answer quickly. How do we go about getting employees and partners? First, we have to have a project.
Yeah, that's where, and we'll get into that, I think, in the next week or next few times we're able to do this. If you can prove a project, getting capitalization for equipment and things like that, there is investors and people out there that will do that. But you need to do your due diligence first. You need to be able to identify the piece of ground, maybe do some testing, which, like I say, is manual testing at this point. It's dig a hole and can you find what you're looking for? And then coming up with a mine plan and look at the permitting costs and the reclamation bonding costs. And once you've got all that on paper, literally you've got a pro forma business plan. And if you could take that business plan, here's what we've done. And yes, we've put some money into this project already, just in time and effort and labor. There's guys that would step in to maybe take the exploration to another level. or to completely go into a whole mining program. But you have to find the project first. You have to do the due diligence. Your desk, whether it's historic or whatever, the more, and really what they want to see as a geologist or anything too, they want to see regional geology. They want more than just, if this is the drainage and this is the spot you're looking at, they want to see what's around it. Have you looked at anything around you, above you, below you? What else is there? Can you put a bigger project together? So we'll get into some of that in the, in the future videos, hopefully. And because that in itself, some of that can get complex enough that right now we thought we'd start with the basics, placer mining. How do we go about going out to find a place to go pan some gold, high bank some gold, metal detect some gold? And really it starts with your research. And, I will stick by that because it works.
Okay.
And the more you learn about an area, the more you will learn about that gold and why it's there and what you're looking for. And not to say you couldn't do that in 3 different areas, but you do have to do the due diligence.
Okay. Now, first of all, Mr. Fang, yes, the bedrock in Arizona can be 100, 1,000, 2,000 feet down.
Yep.
Yeah. Once you get away from the right at the base of the mountains, it can go down really, really fast.
Well, and here's the secret to that is your big gold that you're really looking for is on bedrock or right above it. In most cases, it's within the bedrock or at the bedrock in the top foot of gravel above bedrock, because a lot of that gold was concentrated down through that surface or down through whatever material was coming down the original runoff of those geologic events that happened.
Okay, now a couple other questions. First of all, what do you think of a spiral wheel for doing your cleanup?
I've got a gold wheel. I've got a beautiful stainless steel big one. I don't like it. It does work, but what I found with the hematite and magnetite issues we were having in this area of Montana, we're running it 3 and 4 times through the gold wheel and still getting gold out. And it was like, this is so inefficient because it's a slow process.
Yep.
The gold cube for the money, I don't remember what that my buddy told me that gold cube with the little trommel on top cost, but I want to say $1,200 or $1,400. And honestly, that was the easiest and best spent money for the quality of the recovery that I don't know if there's another product out there that I could endorse like that.
Yep. Let's see. David, I think I can answer this question. You'd let me know if you disagree. He says, core drill versus an auger drill. An auger in placer, the bigger the sample, the better.
Yep.
And so an auger would definitely be better than a core. A core drill is not designed to go through dirt.
No, a core drill will plug in sands and clay. A core drill is really for drilling in hard rock.
Yep.
Drilling for hard rock gold or silver or copper or whatever.
Yeah, it's a small hole. It only has so much size sample. The advantage of a core drill is it allows you to examine the rock as if you were looking at it in place. And as such, you can get a lot more information than just how much of what is in it.
Well, and with a core drill, you can do what they call a split sample. You can take that core and cut it in 2 with an abrasive diamond blade, or sometimes they even could break them. But they'll break that in 2. And they'll keep the one side just for visual and microscopic looking, and the other side you can take and break into samples and crush them and actually have them assayed and sampled. And that's the neat thing about using a core drill is you get multiple samples that you can keep for your library of samples for future, and in looking at the geologic structure of the rock. And then you can take the other half of the sample and actually have it crushed and assayed and processed to see what else is in it and can be, taken out of it.
Okay.
An auger, the only thing I say about an auger in placer is you can have smearing. So you want to be careful in pulling your auger back and stuff that you don't smear off gold in your hole and literally lose it off the flighting of the auger. So an augered hole isn't a great representative sample, but if you get the return back on an auger sample, and let's just say it's $20 a yard from the sample, there's a good chance that it might be $30 or $40 or $50 a yard, but the $20 a yard sample that you took is representative of economic value. It's worth mining at $20 a yard material.
Okay. Now, let's see. What's the smallest gold you're catching? You first. What's the smallest gold you caught in general?
It's like dust.
How big a dust?
Well, I mean, that's that was a question because we've never tried to microscopically size it.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, it looks like if it's in a pan of clear water and you're moving it around, it's like smoke in a pan. I mean, it's literally not sitting in one spot. It's just there. But we were able to, contain that. That's one thing, the RP4 table, believe it or not, if you're running pretty clean concentrates, you see some gold come off of that you wouldn't think would ever add up. And, occasionally you have to rerun a little bit of it just by itself to get that last little bit out of there of magnetite or something. But that gold is like microscopic dust.
Okay, the smallest gold I'm getting from hard rock is in the neighborhood of 20 microns, or that's about 900 mesh. It's smaller than powdered sugar.
Oh, yeah.
And that's fairly normal for hard rock. So that's the smallest gold I'm catching. This one I can't answer at all. You got any opinion on the Gold Hog multi-sluice?
Their matting, I've been testing some of their matting in one of my 1 foot boxes. I'm impressed. I do like, these guys do know what they're doing. What I did find though, when I first started testing it with angle on my box, degree angle and stuff, and water flow, I was having problems still losing gold off of it. So I tried like sections, 1 foot sections of different riffles of theirs, different mattings. And we finally found a happy medium and the correct water flow in our boxes. And then our recovery, I would say our recovery was probably 98%, which was, I'm good with that. You're never going to get it all. You got to leave some for somebody in the future, 100 years from now. But at first I wasn't impressed at all because we were putting a pan below the 1 foot box, and believe it or not, we had quite a bit of gold that was carrying through that, and we had about 6 feet of it. And I was just like, this shouldn't happen. And especially with some of the sizes that we were seeing, with pickable nuggets. And I'm like, this shouldn't happen. And we kept working with angle of box and water flow. And finally, with changing up to some of their heavier matting that they're running with some of the dredges, little taller riffles, we actually got to where we had good recovery. So they make a good product. I can't say that's not a good product.
Okay, let's see. Somebody suggests it would be a good idea to pull the magnetics before using a gold cube. Possibly, and Mining Magnets has some interesting stuff he's working with there.
Well, that was one of the reasons I went with the RP4 table, because underneath it runs spiral reverse magnets that throw the magnetite into the water stream and let the gold settle out. And that was one of my biggest issues, that it took me forever to get the gold separated, was the magnetite, because I don't care how you screen or how many times you'd rewash everything and keep cleaning, you kept finding gold. And it was so frustrating and so time consuming that was one of the reasons I went with the RP4 table. was to separate the magnetite, because I had such heavy magnetite on one project we were on. And the RP4 with the reverse magnets minimized that. It really, really helped speed it, because we could do 500-600 pounds of concentrates in an hour. And, so it didn't matter if we had, 5 buckets from one day of running of concentrate of stuff to clean up, or if we had, 3 days worth of 25-gallon pails and a half a water tank of debris, stuff to go through, concentrated material.
Keep talking.
The RP4 table gave us the chance of actually maybe spend one day doing cleanups for, multiple days of carpets that we had to clean up. And it was, it was a lot of money at that time when that RP4 table first came out. I was really hesitant of spending, $3,400. And it was the best $3,400 I ever spent, because it cut my cleanups down to, manageable time frame. So economically, that table paid for itself in the first season a couple times. And the fact that we were picking up gold, that when we were using a gold wheel and stuff like that, we never seen that fine gold. We kept just, we'd get to where we were panning it off. It was like smoke in water. I mean, it was so fine. And that table, we were actually catching that on that table and carrying it off with some of the bigger gold.
Yeah, on one table I was testing one time, I got what looked like gold paint on it, and I stopped, took a look at it, and then when I restarted the table, it just washed off. It was very annoying.
Yeah, but it's amazing when you find out how much gold is in some of these places that the guys aren't catching it. They didn't even know it was there.
Yeah. Okay, now somebody asked me 800 mesh minus, and so I'm looking at a mesh to micron conversion chart here, and I have a pocket microscope with a reticle in it, and at the smallest division on my reticle, which is 1/1000th of an inch, which I get below, is 550 mesh. I believe I'm getting to about half that size, which according to this conversion chart here would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 mesh. So that answers that question.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Do you get that with your new concentrator or just panning?
That was with my concentrator. And Chris said, I think you sent me some stuff, but that's in the order of a 1,200 mesh. Yeah, sounds about right. Although that's not the stuff I was talking about. I was talking mainly the smaller stuff on Ryan's. But yeah, that Montana bee sucks. And Ragnar said he has what he thinks are tellurides with some arsenic and real fine and blah, blah, blah. And do I have any suggestions? My suggestion, Ragnar, is keep an eye on my videos, because it sounds like you're talking about Montana bee. So we'll do what we can on that. If you do have sulfides, then you probably would want to roast it. Be very careful when you have arsenic, because it can kill you when you roast it. So you're going to want to do it outdoors in a good wind with nobody downwind. And that's the sort of thing. Yeah, David, that's the problem with hard rock ore and gravity separations. If it was nothing more than 600 mesh, piece of cake for the equipment I'm building. Zioxio asked, have I ever had any experience with centrifugal or electrostatic separation? Me? No. You? Probably not, because it's not hard rock.
Only using magnetic separation for my black sands, in our placer concentrates.
Okay.
Beyond that, I mean, I've looked at electrolysis in tank situations and stuff, but I by no means have any experience at it.
Yeah.
My dad used to own a plating shop, and they've gold plated and bronze plated stuff and chrome plating.
I think when he says electrostatic, what he's talking about is when you crush the ore, the individual particles
Yes,
don't
right here.
dissolve. They literally are separated.
Exactly.
Induce a magnetic
Well,
field.
and they do plate off copper and stuff out of water in some of these new systems, but it's above my pay grade. It's something that I haven't delved into. Maybe with some of these mines someday I'll get a little more experience there, but not yet.
And Terry Curry has a suggestion: don't lick rocks.
Not with
And that is actually
arsenic.
that is a pretty good idea. You have
You don't. Even
a lot of bad things in rocks.
Well, even the dust in a hard rock. If you know arsenic is present, you will even want to wear respiratory gear if you're going to be in there digging around and pounding rocks or something. Arsenic is not something you want to be playing with that way.
Well, it's a cumulative toxin, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it builds up in your body.
Or don't drink the water in that area either. If it's a mine and you got fresh water or something, don't use that for on your camp stove or something.
Well, I pointed that out.
Carry water with you, because like in this area up here, there's a couple drainages where the arsenic was high enough. It actually killed a lot of the miners because they built a cabin by their mine and didn't know it. And a matter of a year or two later, they were dying of arsenic poisoning, and they didn't know it. The doctors finally figured out what it was, but there was a lot of miners that's what killed them, is the arsenic.
Well, in certain time periods in Italy, women and men used to actually ingest minute particles of arsenic because it turns your nails white. And it was considered a beauty thing.
Well,
But then again, they also used to use antimony to put eyeliner.
And Mr. Fang, I agree with Chris on your question there. Oh, you having fun, Jim?
I am. I'm glad I came.
Isn't it kind of a blast?
Yeah, it was. I've watched the show quite a bit, and then I've commented, recently on it a little bit, and I think this is a neat thing, and if we can help you guys to go out in the field and have some success someday, how cool is that?
Yeah,
that's helping each other out.
The two of you need to find a sapphire mine.
Around here it'd be placer usually.
Yeah,
they do have.
There is some hard rock sapphire mines out here, though.
Well, you didn't need to say that.
Well, there's, I never got into the gems just because, I don't know, it was the gold. I wanted to chase the gold.
Yeah, Eva likes crystals.
I don't know. I grew up hunting and fishing and being in the woods, and gold mining is just a natural. I mean, who could not like The Office? You're in a mountain valley, and you're
welcome, David.
Beautiful streams running, and how cool is that? Once you spend a summer in the mountains, you never want to spend your summers anywhere else.
I like fishing. I can fish.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to doing that this summer. The licenses here are not cheap.
No, not as a non-resident.
No, not at all.
Actually, if you're here for a month, you should file for residency.
6 months. 6 months.
I'll tell them you were here for 6 months.
Well, I told him he's got to file for residency anyway.
You could, argue.
He's got to file for Social Security.
Well, there you go.
Anyhow, okay, I think I've gone through the list of questions I had. So if anyone else has a question, you're welcome to ask.
Guys, come on. What are the questions? Give us good questions.
Thank you, Benjamin. We appreciate it. Benjamin says he's enjoyed it. He thanks us for our knowledge. We've had a number of comments that you probably haven't had a chance to look at, where everyone's been very happy with you being here.
Thank you, everybody. And, and talk to Keith. And if there's something else that, another subject within this realm too.
They will.
Yeah, if we can help you, that's, if we can help with it, that's part of doing this. And I want to thank Keith and Eva again for giving me the chance to come up and do this. It's,
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
this time of the year, you know, with waiting for the next snowfall and not being able to go up to the mines or be in the mountains is kind of, you know, it's like watching paint dry. You know, it's like, I want to get in the mountains. I do a lot of historical stuff. I'm doing a lot of the things I'm talking about. And right now I'm just chomping at the bit to see the sun come out and spring get here to be back up doing what I do.
Speaking of metal detecting, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Are there any places around here that people go to metal detect for artifacts or old coins or anything?
Well, that's an interesting thing because yes, there is some places, and recently I found where there was a small town that disappeared about 1875, and I think I know exactly where it's at after my research. And it would be a real fun place to metal detect.
I would love
And
to
we
go
can
metal
drive the pickup almost right to it.
I would love to go metal detecting.
But
Since we have a metal
it was an
detector.
early mining town, and it could be some really neat bottles, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, I'd love to find some old bottles.
Yeah.
Okay. Question, is there an easier way to feed a high banker than a shovel, but less expensive than a backhoe? I don't know. I mean, you
Well,
could use a slusher, but
Yeah, if you used, I guess if you, it depends on how are you digging? I would be the first question. What are you using to dig? Are you hand digging the gravel? And if that's the case, I would say a wheelbarrow, and then maybe building some kind of a nice chute that you could dump, 2 or 3 wheelbarrow loads of gravel into, and then sit and feed the high banker from a chute.
no,
or
David,
something.
you can't.
Or sheets of tin. I mean, if you have enough bank behind you, or some wood you can cut up and build a 2x4 frame, kind of like you did last year up on that site. You built a grizzly. If you could build kind of a frame that you could put some sheets of just roofing steel on, and get enough material dumped on it with the wheelbarrow, that then you could just slowly sit and feed it through the high banker. That would be a fairly fast process of feeding it.
Yeah. Rick, we were hoping to have some just scenic shots and stuff here from a couple days ago, but unfortunately my computer can't handle the software needed to do picture in a picture sort of thing. So we'll probably have to do some just video of it and post it up there. And David, that's fine. I didn't take it seriously, so don't feel feel bad about it. Did you see what he said?
No.
Okay.
What did he say about you, Bear?
He didn't say anything about me.
What did he say about me, Bear?
I think he said he wanted to take you, but I said no. Oh, Benjamin has a better idea than shoveling. Hire a Mexican.
Well,
They're damn good workers.
No, what you do the Tom Sawyer thing. You convince your nephews or your grandkids or whoever that they need to come and help you. That's.
So see what you can do.
See, you tell them how much fun it is and everything, and you convince them that, they want to learn, right?
No.
So you got to convince them that they're going to learn.
No, you tell them you're looking for diamonds, and then when you clean
Collect
out
enough
the
gold,
sluice, you look for the diamonds in it, and then take the concentrates home. See?
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, you convince your friends that they just need to help you. That's
You advertise it as an outdoor gym.
Did you see my video?
But that's
range of motion exercises.
well, yeah, that's true, because if they're paying for a gym membership, they're missing out. They are. This gold mining. Oh man, they'll never have so much fun. It won't be like going to the gym.
I actually made a video on that when I was graduating. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
And
part
you're
of it,
only
exercise.
charging $10 a day. me.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Have you ever run into something really cool and unexpected while mining? By the way, David, Eva's not upset either. No problem. I'm sure you weren't serious.
I'm totally not
Yes,
upset.
I mean,
Flatter me all you want.
Actually, I've seen some really neat things come up by Placer, especially with equipment where we're moving a lot of ground.
Uh-huh.
A friend of mine, they pulled up a couple of rifles out of an old drift, some old Winchesters. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
One guy had a pint jar half full of gold, and he said, "What do you think of this? We just cleaned that out of the sluice box the last week." And I'm like, "What?" I was looking at it, and here it was gold, all right, but it was gold tooth caps from the Chinese. They used to cap their teeth and carry their gold with them, and they'd be working, and them caps would fall off because they didn't have them tight on their teeth. And he had a whole pint jar half full of gold tooth caps. It was the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life. I thought that was really, really cool. I found a really nice, big hydraulic giant nozzle I found up on a drainage that evidently fell over the bank and got buried or something. I don't know. I found a whole bunch of buffalo bones in a drift, a Chinese drift that we dug up the drift and then took the bottom of it out. And there was all these giant bones in there. And we were like, well, what are they? And we had a guy come in and look, and he's like, well, they were buffalo. So we figured the Chinese were actually they were mining it in the winter because the water slows down, the groundwater. And we figured they were living underground in the drift, in the cave. And they must have had somebody that went over here to the Helena Valley and hauled a buffalo back, a bison that they could eat. And they'd piled all the bones up where they butchered it inside the tunnel. So I thought that was really cool. I found some Chinese money, some coins in the drifts that they must have fell out of their pocket. We found two old Barlow type jackknives that were hand riveted brass rivets through them that were, I don't know what era they were made, but they look similar to a current modern day Barlow jackknife, but they were old. I mean, 1880s, 1870s. And those were actually in pretty good shape. They cleaned up pretty good. But yeah, you never know. I do have a real ancient spear point that's about 9 inches long that we found excavating, and just happened to be right where we cut off our overburden to our pay gravel. And it was right on top of the pile, and I was walking by and I'm like, what the heck is that? And here it's a beautiful flint-napped spear arrow. And I thought, boy, that's...
It's made out of flint or just...
Yeah, it's a flint. It's white and kind of a little bit of a red color to it.
Oh,
it's really pretty.
That.
But that was a find that I just happened to be walking away from the excavator on the spoils pile there. We were throwing off the overburden, and there it was. And that was probably ancient Indians. It wasn't the current Indians that existed, in the last 150 years here.
Chris says he's found some cool opium and snuff bottles and an old ornate brass coffee pot. That would be pretty cool.
I've looked for opium bottles. I thought, we were on one site. We actually found a flask of mercury, 33-pound flask, great big flask of mercury.
I found some old explosives before.
And then we retorted the mercury, and there was actually some gold in the mercury.
Sweet. Yeah, I found 5 sticks of dynamite.
I have found dynamite in mines.
I found, and it was about a dozen blasting caps and probably 50 feet of det cord.
I always look for the old candle holders. I always look for in these mines that I'm in, and so I've never found one. I know a lot of guys who have, but not me.
I think I found, there was one mine I was in once that did.
Some of those now on eBay and that, they're bringing big money. Yeah. Which I would, if I found it, I'd never sell it.
Well, your flint spear may be worth.
That'll never get sold, though. That's in the safe, put away.
What's your favorite tool / device? The question is for both of you. Let's see. For me, favorite. Wow.
I would.
Depends on what I need to do, but I will say this: when it comes to taking hard rock samples, screw the rock hammers. A 2-pound hand
Hammer
sledge
chisel.
and a chisel does
I would
vastly
Yeah, I
better.
would agree with that.
Not only does it work a lot better, it doesn't throw chips nearly as much.
Right. You're not pounding quite. You're kind of aiming with your chisel. You're trying to take.
Well, the chisel itself doesn't move very fast, so it doesn't throw high velocity chips out. So I would say that's kind of the most useful tool that's not normally done. I mean, I use a pan and a loop a lot.
Me too. I mean, as far as the most valuable tool is a gold pan, believe it or not. I mean, it's an awfully simple tool. A plastic gold pan, a Garrett or whatever gold pan, is your best friend. And I don't care what scale of mining you're doing. That gold pan can tell you a lot. And in placer mining or anything else, you want redundancy. You want to double check everything you're doing. Even if everything's running good, you check your tailings, you recheck the ground that you're digging. You do a lot of rechecking constantly to make sure that you're not running material through your plant just for the fun of washing rocks, because that's not the science. You want gravel that has gold. So your gold pan by far is the most and biggest item, and it's just a gold pan.
Well, I think in terms of specialized tools, probably that's the one kind of you can't do without.
Yeah, I carry a loop and compass and measuring tapes and flagging tape and nails and markers and GPS and there's a lot of tools there, but some of them I can do a lot without having. I don't need to have a GPS if I've got decent maps. I can pretty much know where I'm at and put a little X there and mark something, old workings or.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure. David keeps sending things that don't seem to make a lot of sense. I'm not sure if he knows he's posting them to this. Let's see. Have any of you ever been in an earthquake? I have.
Oh yeah, yeah. We get them here. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And
one night we had what was it, a 7.8 or something up here a few years ago, and my blue heeler jumped off the bed. Started jumping around trying to get me up, and the next thing it sounded like a freight train coming because you could just hear the rock grinding. And in my camper and my addition up there at the mine we were at, the books are flying off the shelf and the whole place is jumping, and I was just like, oh wow, oh yeah, we get earthquakes.
Oh man.
I've been in.
That's why the gold's here though.
I've been in 2 earthquakes that were what I call significant, in both cases where I could feel some swing. Now I lived in Yuma, Arizona, and the quakes were, 60, 70 miles away.
North of you.
There was that Northridge quake, for example, that was well over 100 miles away. And it was just kind of a gentle rocking, but I don't know if you know this, folks, but the intensity of an earthquake that you feel is dependent not only upon how big it is, but how close you are to it. So if you feel a gentle swaying, it could be something far away that's really big, or something close by that's not so big. Right. So the way you tell the intensity of the earthquake is the length of time that the ground is moving. I heard an interesting story. They were actually having a bunch of earthquake scientists were having a meeting in Japan when the Fukushima quake hit.
Yeah, they were. Yes, yeah. I remember hearing that.
And they said that when it first started shaking, the building they were in, everyone's like, that's pretty hilarious, man. We got an earthquake going on. And then as it kept going and going, it got quieter and quieter. And after about 2 minutes, they all just left the building very quietly. But as they, so that's how you tell if an earthquake goes on for a long time. Now, up here, we've got that Cascadia subduction zone over there. And when that thing cuts loose, it's going to be worse than anything in historic times in the United States on the west. You've got the New Madrid quakes, which would be about the same sort of thing, or maybe even larger.
No, the epicenter of the one I was in was only 7 miles over the mountain. I was on one side of the divide, and the epicenter was actually only on the other side. And air miles, it was like 7 or 7.5 miles from where I was at. Man, that was interesting. I mean, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, but I say when that thing hits, we'll likely feel it here.
Oh yeah,
it'll be gentle, but it's going to go on for 10 minutes. And so if you're in this area of the country in the Northwest and you feel an earthquake that keeps going on, if you're on the Pacific coast, get to high ground quick. You got about 15 minutes. And then you're going to get Fukushima.
Yeah, get the big wave.
On the other hand, if you're on this side of the Cascades, not too much of a problem. But it was very sobering to read the Oregon Geologic Department website.
Why would you want to live here?
When they said between Interstate 5 and the coast, there's a series of mountains that have only a few passes through them, and then you got all these coastal communities. If you live in one of those coastal communities, you need to have a minimum of 2 weeks of food and water at all times, because when that earthquake hits, it will be at least that time before first responders get there.
Yeah.
Now that's pretty sobering.
Yeah, when you look at the amount of people who live along that coast.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of people.
Communities.
And
we do get them here though, because the geologic presence that we've got here, the faulting. You know, some of this faulting runs from here all the way up into Idaho and stuff. I mean, we're in an interesting geologic area, and that's why the gold and silver and copper and everything is here. And is because of those events.
And Chris also brings up a good point. If that Cascadia subduction zone goes, you can expect a lot of secondary activity in the Northwest. After that, as things kind of readjust.
Maybe even volcanoes.
Probably not volcanoes. Although something like St. Helens, which is getting ready to go, might.
Rainier.
Yeah, Rainier is the one they were kind of saying could someday go again.
Well, yeah, it's not likely to erupt anytime soon, but it's got some enormous landslides that are just waiting to go.
Yeah.
And that could get really, really ugly. So I'm glad I don't live there. When we lived in Washington State, we were up in Bellingham, we were 4 miles from Canada and right on the coast. We knew our elevation. We knew what they were expecting. Now with Puget Sound, they only expect about a 12-foot tsunami because it's got to come through the Straits of Juan de Fuca and then we'll spread out
inland far enough.
We were 80 feet above sea level, but I mean, we checked those things, you know? Yeah.
No, got any good questions there?
I don't think they're looking at a flood basalt flow at all, Chris, anytime soon. I know we had a lot in the past, but I don't think anytime soon. Yeah, exactly. Zioxio, a big eruption at Yellowstone should give plenty of warning. Long Lake, possibly. You've got a magma body fairly close to the surface. I think Yellowstone is still too deep, but I don't know. I don't think the Cascadia is going to be more than about a 50 to 70 foot tsunami at worst. However, if the east flank of Kilauea slumps off, then you're looking at multi-hundreds of feet along the west coast.
Yeah.
That would not be a good thing. Yeah, I say you never know, Chris. It's going to be a lot of settling down. I think the history of what happened at Fukushima and all the surrounding faults and everything will be very, very useful because Japan is monitored so densely and so thoroughly that they can kind of see what happens in an area next to one of these things with great detail. I think much better, vastly better than Indonesia, of course. But I think that'll give them a good idea what might happen in the Pacific Northwest. Adam Anderson says, wait, Kilauea? Yeah, Kilauea, Hawaii. They got about 500 square miles that's slowly slumping off on one side. And so if it decides to go all at once, which it might or might not, you're looking at something substantially larger than Long Island going plunk about 15,000 feet down. And that will make quite a splash. Historically, they can look at the Hawaiian Islands. The wave heights at the Hawaiian Islands from past events were in the neighborhood of 1,000 feet. They estimate the wave heights by the time it hits the Pacific coast of North America is somewhere between 100 and 300 feet. Yes, not going to be nice. Will Arizona finally have a beach? No, because it's just a big wave, and the mountains are much bigger than the wave. Surf's out, dudes. Yeah, pretty much. Surf's first it goes out, then it comes up.
Back in.
Yeah.
Well, at least the streets will get cleaned in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Kevin says Mount Hood is starting to act up. Interesting.
I read that somewhere.
Chris says Fukushima was nothing compared to if the megathrust ruptures. I think that it would be a somewhat similar event in many ways, although bigger,
probably a lot bigger, even as far as damage.
In terms of the damage, I think it'd be just
hundreds of multitudes.
Just enormously much because we're not nearly as prepared.
Japan's a very little country.
Yeah. And well, it's not just they're a little country, but the Pacific Northwest wasn't built to earthquake standards. We pretty much pulverized a lot of Japan in World War II. It's been built to modern standards. The Pacific Northwest, since they never had a major earthquake there, it's all unreinforced masonry and things like this. Yeah. I mean, just go downtown Seattle or whatever. Look, it's all just brick buildings.
Yeah.
And that's not a good thing. Yeah, Kevin, Yellowstone's been a little shaky, but nothing indicating a major eruption.
I think if, on a smaller scale, if Yellowstone goes, it'll probably blow out somewhere along the sides of that dome. Yeah. And it still could be a major event, but there's a good chance that it isn't going to be the one that they keep thinking it's, or talking about it.
It's likely to be just a fairly normal volcanic event, not a super volcano. Yeah, Chris, I think you're right, about 1,200 miles. David is blessing you, Eva.
Thank you.
Okay. He says, there's the last one. Yep. Is gold fever terminal? I think everything is terminal in the long run.
Yeah. Whether you're a car collector or a gun collector or whatever, one thing kind of begets another. And once you found gold, I think that really coalesces the concept of going out to find more. It can be an addiction.
Well, watch this. Everything is terminal because we're mortal.
Oh yeah. No, everything ends at zero at some point.
Yeah, we all die. my brother once said one of the greatest fallacies is the term saving a life, because you don't save it, you extend it. And as such, when you put it that way, you realize that it's a finite something you've accomplished. Or as my EMT teacher said, how much is a human life worth? And of course, somebody says, well, it's of infinite value. He says, oh, really? Would you go into debt for the rest of your life to save the life of someone you don't know and would never meet? Okay, you're putting a price on it.
Yeah.
You know, we put a price on it every time we decide how many ambulances we buy, how many firefighters we have, etc. How expensive a car.
No, that's true.
You know, and we have to, because you can't spend infinite resources. And so we have to do that all the time, make our judgment, what it's worth, what is a reasonable cost for a reasonable benefit.
My drive is the experience of doing. I mean, whether it's been bucking horses or training horses or gold mining or extended, little adventures. I'd rather go to my grave sliding in than get there and I'm perfectly, all still put together and I saved myself for this.
Yeah.
The adventures are worth the life. Get off the couch, shut the TV off and get going somewhere. And the people you meet and the fun that you have and the learning is just, it's unbelievable. And
let's see, first of all, a quick one. Patrick Jones, last I heard, Seattle's caved in anyway. Adam Anderson says, did you hear about the new developments in desalination in Texas? Answer, no, I haven't. If it's interesting, go ahead and mention it. If Chris doesn't beat you to it.
But we did hear about those cool pools for collecting potassium in Utah.
Yeah.
Rick Jobling says, I don't know where I'll be in 50 years, but I bet I won't smell too good.
Pretty much.
Seems likely.
It's more important that you smell good while you're alive.
You want to just slide in there, just making it to the grave. That's all.
In the
meantime, you got to live. You got to go on an adventure.
My plan years ago was to die at age 100 after the 12th cheerleader of the night. It seems unlikely. He doesn't like it.
Unlikely, huh?
But you have to have a goal, right? You may fall short, but at least, yeah. So they've come up with a better reverse osmosis membrane. Now here's something interesting, Adam, and all you other folks out there. It's called a fresh water fountain, and you may or may not be aware, if you use a semi-permeable membrane and you put salty water on one side and you put it under a lot of pressure, then the water goes through and the salt stays on that side. So you make fresh water. Now, here's another thing we all know. Salt water is heavier than fresh water. So if you were to take a pipe full of fresh water and insert it deep enough in the ocean and put a semi-permeable membrane on the bottom of it, the salt water would have a pressure differential sufficient to drive the water through the membrane. And if you put it a little deeper, you would have a positive pressure, so the water would start flowing out of the pipe and just keep flowing forever. The negative is you have to maintain the semi-permeable membrane. But if you could fix that part, biofouling is a real problem with all these things. But if you could solve the biofouling problem, you would have unlimited fresh water, and it would also be cold water, so you could use that to run the cold side of a low-pressure turbine system with something like pressurized ammonia as the working gas. Oh. Sneaky, huh? No, Chris, not my class. How long does a membrane usually last? I do not know, but the problem they were having was biofouling. That basically means you throw something in the ocean, it gets covered with stuff.
Yeah.
Things grow on it.
Algae, whatever, yeah.
You know, mussels and you know, coral polyps or whatever. And that was their problem that I heard. Terry says most people die in their sleep, so I only sleep 3 hours. Less chance of dying. That's possible.
Now that makes perfect sense.
Well, you're getting more out of life that way.
Robert MacGyver
You know.
says, your guess. I'm guessing that he wants me to guess how long would a membrane usually last. That is an unknown to me. The important thing is it commercially viable? Is it
Right.
does it make money? And last I heard, the answer was no. Now, you also have to have a place where you can run a reasonable length pipe to get to that depth in the ocean. It's a fairly good pressure you have to get. I forget what it was, but I mean, it's not the sort of thing you're going to get on like the Texas coast. It's more like on the coast of Hawaii or Puerto Rico or someplace where it has one of these steep drop-offs that goes way down thousands of feet. But yeah, it's a pretty cool theoretical idea. It's a lot more likely than, say, an orbital tower. You know,
with the rate science is going.
Yeah. And say, to me, as you said, science is going, could be feasible in the near future. And let's turn it over to SpaceX.
Well,
They'll have it next week.
You know, we started looking at some of the copper mines for cobalt,
Mm-hmm.
and what we're looking at though long term, and you know, listening to SpaceX and all this stuff, is they're talking that some of this battery technology, they're going to move away from cobalt because it's so expensive, and you know, it's expensive to process. So cobalt's always going to be mined as a secondary, you know, mineral to something, but there's not a lot of places that it's, you know, really feasible to just mine for the cobalt, even with the price where it's at. You know, I don't know, last I heard $100,000 a ton processed or something.
Wow.
It's an incredible price. And some of these cobalt properties that, you know, contain copper in that are valuable mining properties. But I think science is going to move ahead of cobalt so fast here that the cobalt is going to be back to what it was historically, nothing. You know, they'll find something new that displaces it.
It's hard to tell. I mean, and I know that it's used
already
in like jet engines and stuff too.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's used in metals and stuff. I mean, there'll always be a use for cobalt, but only as a secondary mineral to copper, gold, silver, mining something other economic viability.
Could be. I don't know. I say,
I mean,
all of this stuff doesn't make any sense until somebody figures out a way. Then it makes perfect sense.
I mean, you know, Elon Musk is working on some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Eva does not like the Starlink thing. She thinks it's bad for anyone to have that much power over the information stream. But it's interesting. The way that they're changing the space launch paradigm is quite amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's totally amazing.
Definitely. Even I want to go watch one of those launches. So I'm something 450 feet tall with like twice the thrust of a Saturn V. That's got to be pretty something to watch. And I still don't know tomorrow, and we're supposed to be in Butte tomorrow if things work out. They're going to try and launch that Starship again. And that is the craziest thing to see that thing land. Did you see that other one?
Or catches it and sets
No.
it.
That's going to be the super heavy booster. No, the Starship is the payload on the upper part.
Okay.
It's what carries the people. It falls like a skydiver. It's got 4 fins on it, and it falls like this. And then just where it gets to the ground, it lights the engine and goes and lands.
Itself down.
Now, they almost stuck the landing the last time. That was their first test of this, where they actually took it up to altitude and let it fall. And the pressurization for the fuel didn't work right. So they ran the fuel, essentially the fuel pump fucked up just before they got down to the ground. So both engines lit, and then as it's coming down, and this was, I love this phrase, when you don't have enough fuel in the oxygen and fuel mixture, and it's running real lean, that super hot oxygen will eat up the copper of your rocket nozzle.
Yeah.
So it makes a nice, beautiful green flame. And they have a phrase for this. It's engine-rich exhaust. They also have a phrase.
As it's burning up the engine. Right?
Yeah. They also have a phrase for what happens when you try and land a Starship that's having engine-rich exhaust. It's a RUD, rapid unscheduled disassembly. These guys are funny.
Well,
I like their sense of humor.
That's just it. It's you go out and you do something. It's not a failure. Really, isn't a failure unless you let it be. It's one more attempt at finding the success you're looking for. It's
Adam says, do you believe in this statement? The Ogallala Aquifer doesn't allow new water to enter, meaning once water is used, it can't be replenished. In geological terms, that can certainly happen. I believe it's the case with the Ogallala, or at least the replenishment is vastly less than the
aquifer.
Yeah, it happens in Tucson. The water level in Tucson has gone down like 2,000 feet. And the ground level has gone down about 6 to 10 feet in places.
In Nebraska, they've lost 100 or a couple hundred feet too within it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's there for a reason, so it has to replenish somehow. It's just not at the pace that they're pumping it on the surface.
Well, it may just be too long to get down there. So there might be a relatively impervious layer. It may just take, the transit time of water through the ground is extremely slow. People think that it's fast, but it's not. When you're getting into bedrock, it moves pretty slow.
Geologic time in our lifetime is hard to even comprehend, because our lifetime is so short versus geologic event. I mean, gold will be back here again one day, but it might be a long time.
Well, Patrick, that first launch, like all their stuff, it was basically a data gathering event, but they operate on the paradigm that if you really want to know how strong something is, break it.
Yeah, destroy it.
And so they do stuff like they'll design their tanks, and then they pressurize them, and it held the pressure, and then they pressurize it more, and it holds the pressure, and then they pressurize it till it blows up. And if it blows up at the point that it was expected to blow up, they're pretty comfortable.
There's their failure, or their failure success.
Yeah.
They found out what it'll take.
Yeah. If they're
the first attempt.
Why spend a whole lot of time analyzing something when you can just test it tomorrow? It's like if you were going to determine how much gold is in that soil, you could spend a lot of time digging a bunch of small holes, analyzing those samples, doing a lot of fancy mathematics, or you could just go out there, dig it up, and run it through your wash plant. And that's kind of their philosophy. Good night, Adrian. Hope you had a good time. So anyhow, that's just the way they work, and it seems to be working. And that's true, Chris, also. It's like you never know what you don't know until you find out.
No, you question everything and find the answers, and find somebody who can help you find the answers.
Well,
and I've done a lot of that. That's part of why I got to be pretty good at what I do, is by creating questions that I couldn't answer So I either go hunting for the information to answer it, or I start calling guys to find somebody who's smarter than me.
I think Chris was talking more about the SpaceX,
Right.
where you just do it, and if it
Well,
blows
yeah,
up,
no,
well,
yeah, no, no. Every
I didn't
no,
know that
every
was gonna happen.
failure is a first attempt in learning.
Yeah.
You know, okay. We know what that won't do, and we know how high we can go. And okay, let's try the next experiment.
Where it breaks and how it breaks. Yeah.
You know, equipment is like that anyway. I mean, there's limits to everything, and sometimes in order to find the limit, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. One of my rock counting friends is an electrical engineer, and NASA makes instruments for satellites and rovers. Actually, the guy that I was working for in construction not too many months ago, his wife works for a machining company that actually made parts for the Mars rover. So yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. There's a lot of stuff all around. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the first time I heard that, Chris, was Don Rumsfeld. And I just kind of like the way he gave press conferences. There are known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. But the one I really liked was he was giving his press conference about 3 days after they started, the attack on Afghanistan. And he said, before I start the press conference, well, there's going to be nothing of a, I forget what the term he used, but basically we're not going to give any information that may be useful to the enemy. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to be able to give details of this or that or why we're doing this. And it wasn't like 2 questions later, somebody asked him, so why are you bombing the Taliban positions around Kandahar? Which is like, isn't that what he just said he wasn't going to ask? And I thought he was going to give him didn't I just say, nope, I was wrong. He goes, to kill them. Why else do you drop bombs on people? I thought, I like this guy's style. I don't know how good a SecDef he was, but I loved his press conferences.
Oh, common sense.
Yeah. Let's see. Adam's great-grandfather was on the team that made the electrical circuit for the ignition of the atom bomb. Brilliant minds run together. I'll be on the porch. Okay, David. Sounds like a plan. Can I go fishing instead? Can I saunter over to the fishing hole? Well, actually, the brilliant minds sometimes sleep on the bed and play with their smartphones.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, see, this is what this tends to degenerate into at the end of the night.
It's fun. It's
It is. It's like I like it to a bunch of people sitting around the campfire.
The news on the stock market.
This is like sitting at the campfire.
Isn't it?
Listen to the BS get deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
And everybody's having fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Zeoxid. Not only that, but they had to do it with vacuum tubes and stuff. I don't even think they'd invented single transistors back then. Good luck. That's some pretty tricky stuff. It's like trying to make a spaceship with stone tools.
Yeah, it is amazing what guys accomplish.
Well, the old geezers were not stupid. They had a
no.
lot less technology. That just meant they were a lot sneakier how they used it. And
just in.
Yeah.
When you see the rock piles like in these drainages that these guys created, or you see the tunnels they dug underneath to drift under some of this, you just go, how did they even engineer this stuff?
It's amazing.
You're talking, most of these guys, maybe if they were lucky, had an 8th grade education. Some of them maybe never even had that.
Okay.
Common sense played out.
Benjamin says, is it snowing there? No, Benjamin. It was in the 50s today.
Yeah, we're supposed to get some really nice days the next couple
Somebody wants us to throw a log on the fire. That would be at his place. Vacuum tubes are incredibly fast, says Chris. Maybe so, but I wouldn't know. And Zeoxid says slide rule. Yep, they use slide rules for that. I think they designed the SR-71 in a year and a half using slide rules.
Wow.
Well, Zeoxid says it snowed in Bozeman last night. Well, sucks to be them.
Sucks to be there anyway.
Yeah, Chris, you're right.
California.
We've forgotten how to do things that were commonplace 40 to 100 years ago.
A lot.
Not just commonplace, but we've lost a lot of the strength that people had 40 to 100 years ago. They're just
the fortitude. You can't sit down and cry about it. You get up and you do something.
Yeah, Chris, I forgot how to use a slide rule. No, they say people are wussies nowadays.
Oh yeah,
they're so spoiled, so soft.
Slide rule there.
Yes, I have. I never used it very much anyhow. Chris probably spent more time using it, so it's locked in his brain. But I never spent much time using slide rules. We didn't use them in my math class, and once I got out of math class, I didn't do a lot of math.
Never did math again, right? Until you needed it.
Electronical machines do all the inventing today.
Well, yes and no.
Some, but
you still have some interesting things guys come up with in their garage, but it's not like it was in the 1940s or 50s or actually in the turn of the century. The things that were invented, it was amazing.
Let's see, Adam. Yeah, I'm worried we'll see a societal collapse due to cowardice and idiocracy. Don't forget sloth and laziness.
Yes, big
and
ones.
Lack of education in terms of reality.
And the total erosion of the common sense database.
Yeah.
And the erosion of memory and the dependence on tech and the total compromised state of the information stream.
In case you're wondering, she has some opinions on these things.
Oh, absolutely. I am a font of opinions here.
And I agree with you, Eva.
I've been telling people for
sad.
a decade that they need to start worrying about the information stream. Nobody pays attention to that.
She's usually well ahead of the curve. I will say that. And Eva, say for example, was saying things were not going to go well this fall, and they're going to get even worse. And I'm coming to the conclusion that Eva was right again.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
I'm always right.
It's looking interesting.
So anyhow, I think we're about done for the evening, unless I get some more questions or anything like that. I know I'm going to need to go to bed here fairly soon. You didn't get your phone call today,
I
right?
checked here too, so I'll call him right away in the morning.
Okay. What time do you normally get up?
Early.
Okay.
I'm usually up at 5 or.
Okay.
I don't know what time Tom gets up, but I'll call him early.
I'm usually up at about 7:30.
Yeah, I'm up early.
So go ahead and call me around then. Let me know what the plan is, whether we're headed to.
I hope we can go. I want to get down there too.
I'd like to get a job here quick, and I'd like to go to Butte before then. So I'd like to go tomorrow if possible.
Well, I'm thinking we should go regardless, Bear. And when we get back, if you haven't heard from Power Townsend, call them.
Yeah. Anyhow, so I say we'll try and go to Butte tomorrow and get that stuff. Zeoxid, I've got your number here in my pocket. If you haven't heard from me by say 10 in the morning, pick a good time and give me a jingle in case I forgot to bring the phone number with me.
They open at 11.
Yeah.
So the museum's open before that, though, if I remember right.
Well, Zeoxid, Eva will be in a quandary then because she'd love to sneak into class with you, but she also wants to go to the Mineral Museum.
What's the class?
Let's see. He has fluid mechanics at 9 a.m., followed by differential equations, and underground mine design lab in the afternoon.
I'll sneak into fluid mechanics. You sneak into underground mines.
No,
He's
I got work.
going to be an engineer, mine engineer.
He's working on it, apparently.
Well, that's cool.
So anyhow, we're going to see if we can't meet up with him tomorrow too.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Should be able to. There should be enough flexibility in the schedule. So anyhow, that's our evil plan, folks. And until next week, tentative plan is to have Jim back on and work on testing placer ground. And I'm planning on giving away one of those books next weekend. So we'll see how that works. Zeoxid, geological engineering with a mining option.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Better to have more flexibility.
Yep. But I really believe in the future we're going to see a lot more mining because of the technology.
Geoenvironmental science. Terry says, Keith, I still think you should switch places with you for the next show.
We can do that.
I'm confused. The reason I'm sitting on this side is so I can read the comments on the screen. Terry says,
We could back away. Right?
"Oh, you see, he wasn't he meant Eva, so he wants you." Okay, little
You're getting
one.
displaced, Keith.
You got your fan base now.
I've got a fan base. We wouldn't be talking about mining. We'd be talking about everything else. I need my own live stream.
Chris Georgie to Zeoxid. We have to talk. Have Keith give you my info. Okay. Yeah, I think, Chris, that's what he meant. Well, that's great, Zeoxid. Perhaps we'll still be here and we can go to your graduation next spring. Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin. Appreciate it. And I want to thank Jim for coming by and helping out.
Thanks, guys, for watching and listening and the questions. And hopefully maybe you got more questions as we proceed.
Yeah, I'd say it's kind of fun.
And maybe some subjects that we haven't even thought about here as far as mining or mine planning or.
Well, we should get Zeoxin on the channel and interview him so he can tell everyone what they're teaching in schools now.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
That's not a bad idea.
That'd be interesting.
Do you think you could make it some Sunday night, Zeoxid? Maybe on your vacation? Not vacation. What do they call it? Like spring break or something?
That would be.
David thinks you were a great guest, Jim. I think so too.
Thank you.
And
I hope it was informative for you guys.
So I just enjoy these. And
it makes us think. It makes me think of things too that. Sometimes I do my routine of things I do and don't even realize there's steps. I'm not a teacher. I could, I think I could teach it, but.
Chris says, thanks for your time, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Terry says, Jim, you were awesome.
Their channel has exploded.
Chris says, great idea, Eva. I'm not sure
does.
Which idea that one was.
The one about Zeoxid coming on and talking about what they're teaching in school.
Okay. That would be interesting.
Thanks,
I would be
Keith.
interested in that, to watch it.
Everyone seemed to have a good time. And Zeoxid, sometime you could make it. Let me know. We'd love to have you. Rick says he thought you were two toes for a second without the hernias. Adam says, nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
We have our own little community here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the
Yeah, I
names are
think just
familiar
about
that are
everybody
coming
was
up.
here tonight,
you
except
know,
maybe Winging It. Was Winging It here at all?
Winging It was here for a little bit. Yeah.
Early.
Hey, Winging It, you still there? I suspect you're not. I haven't seen you in a while. And yes, they want you to switch with me some night. Wow, man.
No, I'll start my own live stream on Wednesday nights or something where we talk about the state of the universe.
That'll get you thrown off.
Well, from YouTube, yeah, we'll have to get another chance. Hey, Winging It, how's it going? By the way, somebody took umbrage at my flippant comment to you last week and took me to task in your defense. I am confident you took it in the fun it was meant, but if in any way I offended you, I'm sorry. I'm pretty confident I did not, but somebody came to your defense.
But GPS still doesn't work underground. Sorry.
Anyhow.
Besides, I am much better on your live stream as the omnipotent voice from the background.
Omniscient, not omnipotent.
Says who?
Moi. Thanks for hosting, Keith. It's been surreal as usual. Pretty much. We love it that way.
Well, why would we want it any other way?
Yeah. Thanks, Patrick.
Real
Okay.
is mundane. Surreal is where it's at.
Yeah. If anyone got any last minute questions, going once. You know,
Going twice.
All right.
it's quite an experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
some good questions.
some of these guys are from Australia. He's from Australia.
Cool.
You know, there's a number of people.
We got Aussies and Canadians, and we get people that check
Thank
in
you,
the
David.
Philippines and
Yeah.
South America.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
All kinds of interesting stuff. Thank you, Kevin. And say, hopefully we got some really good information there.
Good night, everybody.
There you go, David. Chris, if you send the fog machine and the megaphone, I'll make her use it. Rub my head, pat my stomach. How's that, the oxid?
can do it.
Yep. Okay. Any questions? Going twice. Yeah, Jimmy, we tend to talk too much. That's correct. If it ever starts getting just to the bullshit thing and you got a question, just ask it out, man.
Yeah. Bring those questions.
Ooh, that would be cool, Zeoxid. A laser show, too. Yeah. That would be cool. So now they want you to have a megaphone, a fog machine, and a laser show.
Only if we can do it on my own live stream, and I won't be talking about mining because I know nothing about mining.
Good night, Terry. Okay. No new questions. Thank you all, everybody. Had a good time. I think we had a good productive thing earlier. And plan is next week, same time, same bat channel, and same bat guest here. So
Prospecting.
Yep.
round a
yep.
campfire would be nice. Yep.
All right.
Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Zeoxid says you can talk about crystals.
Oh, cool.
Yep. Yeah, doing it, winging it. We're doing fine. We're ready for just about anything we could handle. Good night, all.
Bye, Silver.
Yeah, buy silver if you can.